Okay, so we are now live on YouTube. And we're going to call to order this regular meeting of the Easton Reading and Region 9 Joint Boards of Education for Tuesday, January 26th, 2021, being held remotely pursuant to Executive Order 7B. I'm going to start by asking my co-chairs to take the roll and confirm attendance, starting with Easton. John, you're on mute.
Perfect way to start. Call to order the Easton Board of Education here with, we have Jeff Parker.
Here.
Yes. We have Devin Weibel.
Here.
Thank you. Gretchen Goldstein.
Here.
Thank you. Randy Hicks.
Here.
Thank you, Randy. And Jenny Cheetah. Okay, I think we're currently missing Jenny. So that's 5 of us here as of now.
Thank you, John. Todd, do you want to call Region 9 to order?
Yes, we'll call Region 9 to order at 7:33 as well. And just for attendance, Cheryl.
Here.
Mike. I saw him on the window there. Yep. Gwen.
Here.
Maureen.
Here.
Mary Lee.
Here.
Juliet.
Here.
And myself. And then I think Karen's joining later. Haven't seen her join yet. So we have 7 members.
Wait? Can you hear me now?
Yep. Great. All right. So we have all 8 present.
And calling the roll in Reading, Heather.
Yeah, here.
Colleen.
Here.
Mike.
Here.
John.
Here.
Steph.
Yes.
Chris Hocker.
Here.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and cooperation there. We'll now move on to the second item on the agenda, which is public comment. I'd ask any members of the public wishing to make a comment to please indicate so by raising your hand either in the participant window or with the reaction button, and to keep your comments, if possible, to 2 minutes or less. We have a very full agenda this evening. The first name I see is Abby Winter. And please, when you're introduced, state your name, street, and town, please.
Hi, sure thing. I'm Abby Winter from Old Orchard Road in Easton. And I want to first thank the Board of Ed for all of your hard work. And I do want to express that as a 2015 Barlow graduate, I really don't want another student to graduate ER9 with the same naivety that I had regarding racial discrimination. So I'm really grateful to see that Dr. Harrison acts upon this need for DEI work in our community and schools and calls out the normalization of racism and sexism when he sees it. So I'm proud to see him apologize for his unintentionally divisive statement on his private social media. I do feel confident in our Board of Ed as I see their acceptance of his apology and their dedication to move forward with the best interest of our students in mind. And I hope that all community members that felt offended by his comments are ready to move forward as well, with their minds open to the goal of building a caring community here in Easton and Reading. So thank you all, and that's my comment.
Thank you, Abby. Any additional public comments? I see a Mrs. Herta.
Yes, hi, thank you. All right. Dear board members and Superintendent Harrison, good evening. My name is Robin Herta and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Easton Education Association. It is the EEA's position that the district's decision to go all in was premature and poses a serious danger to the health and safety of our students and staff. The positivity rate in Easton is 6.0 and the state dashboard lists Easton in the red zone. At the present time, 71 members of the HKMS community have tested positive or are in quarantine. 13 members of the SSES community have tested positive or are in quarantine. Safety practices have not been consistent for students and teachers. Spacing guidelines, both in classrooms and in common areas, have been routinely violated despite the best efforts of students, staff, and administration. At SSES, masks are not always enforced at recess time, and not all students have assigned seats at lunch. We are concerned that there has been inadequate contact tracing. Teachers' time in school has been chaotic in the last 5 months. We have changed models 5 times. The teachers have willingly adjusted to these changes since September and have been diligent in making connections, adapting and teaching the curriculum, and learning new technology. While Wednesday afternoons were utilized for teacher professional development to adapt our curriculum for the new learning models, this time was also used to facilitate small groups and to make connections with our remote students. This resulted in more personalized instruction for all. With this important time eliminated in the shift to the all-in model, our staff is now unable to meet the individual needs of all of our students. At the outset of this pandemic, we all agreed that safety was our top priority. This appeared to be a heartfelt expression of our values as a community, one that gave the staff comfort and confidence that we would not be asked to take unnecessary and unacceptable risks. Now that conditions are at their most dire, this agreement is not being adhered to. As part of this community, we are worried because members of our staff and their loved ones have already been hospitalized, and we do not know the potential long-term effects of this virus. The EEA requests that the all-in model be reconsidered until infection rates decrease, mitigation strategies are implemented with fidelity, and teachers get vaccinated. We will continue to express our concerns and ideas of safety, connection, and consistency for students and staff at the weekly reopening committee meetings. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, the Easton Education Association.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alicia Gorder.
Hi. Hi, my name is Alicia Gorder. I live at 169 Sport Hill Road in Easton. It seems that a personal Facebook post by Dr. Rydell Harrison about the January 6th DC riots has ruffled some feathers in the community. If you've read his post, you know that it is truthful. If you have not read it and you are angered, you have been duped about its contents. And I say this next bit a bit uncomfortably. If you have seen the post and you are upset by it, perhaps you are misguided. Those who went after Dr. Harrison were not on the side of the just or the moral, even though they probably think they are. To them I say, not all value systems are equal. In fact, some values are wrong. Some people are wrong. And let me explain. We must always say out loud that someone who is sexist, or someone who is racist, or someone who wears a Camp Auschwitz t-shirt is anti-Semitic. We must. For if we don't, we are not fully doing our duty as citizens of the most diverse republic in history. I applaud our superintendent for not being silent. I am joining him. I never want my silence to be misinterpreted as agreement. It's why I am speaking about such uncomfortable things here tonight. I know that many feel that exercising caution on platforms like Facebook is prudent. Most of the time, this is true. However, occasionally, when things are so clearly wrong, morally, legally, and ethically, as they were in DC on the 6th of January, speaking up is not optional. It is required. Dr. Harrison posted only what we all witnessed, and if the act of calling out behaviors and attitudes that are the very definition of wrong makes you feel uncomfortable, I'd suggest taking a moment of repose and contemplation. Are you surprised that racism is frowned upon, or anti-Semitism, or insurrection? Maybe it's time to re-examine why you think the way you do. Maybe this is a teaching moment. In summation, I call on the greater school community to stand behind our superintendent. We owe him the security and knowledge that we have his back. And to our dedicated boards, administrators, and educators who I appreciate deeply, if most of the time quietly, I beseech you, do not let these marginal and hateful ideas and the letters they glide in on be treated as mainstream ones. They are wrong, they are cruel, and they are dangerous. They must not be legitimized by our silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Jasmine?
Hi, Jasmine Jenna Algonquin Lane in Easton. Thank you for hearing my comments tonight. Although Dr. Harrison posted it on a private account, and that post was not meant to be shared with public, I just want to say on a personal level how grateful I am to have a superintendent that fights for what is right, fights for marginalized voices, and fights for me. I know some saw your post as divisive, but as someone who has been called a terrorist at Barlow for breathing, for existing in the skin color that I am. Your words make me feel safe for being in Easton. Our current students with marginalized identities deserve to feel safe in their skin because the world so often tells people like me the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Sarah Odell.
Hi, Sarah Odell from 214 Blackrock Turnpike in Reading. So I just wanted to thank Dr. Harrison for his email at the beginning of the month. As somebody who is sort of a news junkie in our house, and my husband and I are very interested in politics, we definitely saw what was happening, and our kids were home with us and they saw what was happening. And I really appreciated the guidance from somebody with his level of education and his level of experience with students to give me some talking points for talking to my kids, so that I wasn't just like sharing my own perspective and viewpoints on it. I was able to do something a little bit more substantive with them. So I just wanted to really thank him for that kind of thoughtfulness. It's really what has made us feel so, it's made our family feel like there's really a great response from our school leadership in these scary times where the kids are facing so much with the pandemic and everything. Being able to have that kind of guidance from our leadership has been wonderful. So I just wanted to say thank you. So thank you, Dr. Harrison.
Thank you, Sarah. Sherry.
Sorry, I couldn't get my unmute button done. I'm going to try to be very quick. I have a prepared statement. My name is Sherry Harris. I live at 13 Ridgeway in Easton, Connecticut. My children graduated from Easton schools. My daughter from high school in Trumbull, but the middle school. I'm a retired teacher, lifelong educator, and I served on the Region 9, the very board that some of you are on, and the tri-board for 9 years, beginning somewhere like in 1999. During that time, I authored a policy to assure parents that their rights were protected in the school. And I note that that's no longer in the manual. And so I'm here to mention that there is no policy affirming that. And to address Dr. Harrison's recent communications and the racism document that I've seen from Joe Barlow. And I just want to say that, like all of you, I watched with dismay as citizens illegally entered our Capitol building and vandalized. Like millions of Americans, I watched in disbelief as the rioting and looting of Antifa and Black Lives Matter rolled across the country in 2020. And I was frozen in bewilderment as urban mayors allowed vandals to take over parts of their cities. Every single one of those acts broke my heart. Even so, it's very dangerous and it has to be thought over carefully when the school, and if the school, takes the privilege of politically framing those documents. Because that privilege, in my view, it belongs to the parents, as does the responsibility of reassuring their students. I saw Dr. Harrison's Facebook post. So to the speaker who spoke before, I saw it, I read it. I have many copies of it because they were sent to me. And it's clear that you and I do not hold the same view of our country, and that's fine. That's fine, as long as I have confidence and parents have confidence that the Joel Barlow staff will respect the rights and opinions of all the parents and families and take great care never to propagandize school children with your or their particular political viewpoints. I note that you do have a policy called controversial issues that says teach facts as facts, controversy as controversy, and opinion as opinion. So to be very clear, particularly in light of the fact that I've heard some of the other speakers, the opinions I'm talking about, I'll give them to you quickly. I, like tens of millions of Americans, support Donald Trump and believe he was a good president. I do not believe he is responsible for the riots of January the 6th, and I certainly don't believe that I am. Just to give this a little context, I don't know if you'll be able to see this at all, but it's a picture of my family. Caucasian boy is my birth son. The Korean girl is my daughter. And the Puerto Rican young man was my foster son for 3 years and fresh air son of many, many summers. So my family lives the biracial life. And we have never encountered systemic racism. Our experience has been one of acceptance in our community, surrounding towns and states. People and institutions such as the YMCA, the Discovery Museum, East Coast Taekwondo Academy, Camp Chewonki in Maine, Sylvan Learning Center, and indeed the Easton and Region 9 boards of education were generous and good to us beyond measure. These organizations and the people who run them are the norm in America. They are everywhere, and they live lives and run organizations that are the polar opposite of racist. In addition, I absolutely believe that I have the right to say that all lives matter. Every color, nationality, size, shape, and ability from the moment of conception, every single one matters. I believe there was fraud in the 2020 election and found the heading under the picture at the top of the National Geographic article that was sent to all the parents to be completely biased in that regard, in contradiction to the caution to teach facts as facts and opinions as opinions. I completely respect the opinion of you, Dr. Harrison, for sure, and of all the people on this board, but I don't really hear respect tonight for my opinions. I reject the idea that our children are fragile. If you listen to the stories in particular of people who survived the Holocaust, they're a testament to the strength and resilience of even very small children under terrible circumstances. And sadly, after many years of service as an educator and 9 years serving in the system here with many other public much other public service to the town of Easton, it's hard for me to trust our educational system to prepare students, in your words, to prepare students to create a more just and democratic future. Because of my experience, and I've become aware over many decades that I cannot trust that system to respect the deeply held beliefs of my family. So I'm here tonight to ask all of you, board members and Dr. Harrison, to please be aware of these viewpoints. And regardless of what your own is, to show them the same respect that you show to those who agree with you. All that being said, I'd like to remind board members that you're elected by the citizens of Easton and Reading. They and Dr. Harrison, you all work for those citizens. Everything you teach our children is supposed to be part of the documented curriculum and should respect the values and beliefs of the citizens who elected these boards. Not people in other towns, not think tanks, not the state, not the federal government, but the people who live here, all of us. And so it's important to note that any curriculum the school staff curates, any changes, deletes, or edits to that curriculum must be approved in public by the Board of Education and should actually appear on the website before they land in the classroom. So I thank you very much, since I seem to be out of step tonight, I thank you very much for your respectful attention to what I have to say. And I urge you to contact me, because I'm not here speaking tonight because I popped up out of the blue and saw this. I really have not engaged in the schools for quite a while because my children have been gone for quite a while. But the onrush of communication that I got about some of the things that have happened at the school or been said was a little overwhelming and very disturbing to me. I respect your views, but I deeply beseech you to respect mine and those of many other people in the community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sherry. Milo Goldstein.
Hi, my name is Milo Goldstein. I live on Brianna Lane in Easton. I wasn't planning on making a comment tonight, so I don't have something prepared. And I'm sorry if anyone takes offense to my words, but I'd like to just give my account as a student in Barlow. I'm in 11th grade, and after the terrorist attack on the capital of our United States, while it was in session, of course we had class discussions about it, because an attack such as that has only happened one other time in our history as a foreign nation tried to invade and destroy democracy. You know, I found that my teachers engaged in more of an open discussion style of encountering this. So I just like, you know, anyone who had concerns about how this was addressed to the community to know that my experience has been very positive and very open. You know, they've let both sides of the aisle speak. There was no political focus or political agenda being pushed. No narrative was out there to try and sway the minds of young people. It was nothing like that. It was only a community of acceptance and only an air of acceptance. And in regard to Dr. Harrison's comments on Facebook, I just want to say that condemning the anti-Semitism, the racism, and the sexism that we saw at the Capitol, to me, is inherently American. I can't put it any other way. I'd also like to bring up the fact that just because here in Easton, Connecticut and Reading, Connecticut, in our fortunate bubble, just because we haven't experienced something does not mean that it hasn't happened and it isn't the norm in much of the world. I'd like to remind everybody that not everyone is as fortunate as we are. And to that point, I would say that many people function under a worldview in which I don't agree with, and that's all right. But a distinction should be made that it is not an opinion. It is just a view, and the difference there is that, you know, a view can be rooted in blindsided, nonsensical lies, while an opinion, there is validity to any statement that is to be made. So I would just like to ask members of the community who I fear support the terrorism that I saw in our Capitol to reconsider the way that they approach these issues. For, you know, as a Jew who saw someone wearing a Camp Auschwitz shirt, you know, that's really, really scary for me. And I cannot imagine what seeing unarmed and innocent Black people killed on camera has been like for the Black community in America. I grieve with everyone who has had a hard time. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you, Milo. Shauna Bedard.
Hi, Shauna Bedard, Winding Brook Lane in Reading. I just want to say I fully respect Dr. Harrison. I have a lot of confidence in everything he's done so far and that he's making the right choices for our students and the entire district. I commend him for keeping the schools open. It has made a massive difference for both my children and my, you know, mental health, among many other things. And, you know, I'm not involved in some of the other comments, but I've never felt he's put his opinions on anyone for the younger students. So I think he's the best, you know, person for the job right now, and I commend you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna. Carolyn.
Sorry about that. I had some trouble unmuting. I just want a couple of quick comments that I promise to be very brief so you can get on with your meeting. One, thank all of you. I know we're going into a difficult budget season. I know these are really tense and difficult times across the board on multiple topics. And, you know, just to follow on some of the other comments made this evening, you know, I really admire and respect Dr. Harrison for using his own personal platform. And I think it's really kind of a sad statement that people are criticizing him for using his own personal platform in that way and dragging it in and really distracting from the job we're trying to get done here. So I thank Dr. Harrison for those comments, and I hope that we can move forward and really achieve what we need to focus on, which is, you know, keeping our schools safe through this pandemic, and also, moving forward and understanding what the schools need from a budgetary standpoint as we move forward. So thank you all for your hard work that I know you're going to put forward in the next couple of months, and thank you to Dr. Harrison.
Thank you, Carolyn. Beth Nat?
Before she speaks, Carolyn, we did not get your last name and your address for the record.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's Carolyn Baker, Indian Hill Road, Reading, Connecticut.
Great,
Thank you. Go ahead, Beth.
Yep, so Beth Nat, Maple Road, Easton, Connecticut. I just wanted to speak a little bit to the importance of what happened and Dr. Harrison's letter, not only just in terms of education, but also in terms of the health of children. As a pediatrician, my role has always been to provide optimal health and well-being for all children. Pediatricians do not simply care for kids with ear infections, perform school physicals, and do childhood vaccinations. The American Academy of Pediatrics has a large amount of literature and research devoted to health outcomes due to social and educational disparities, including the effects of racism, toxic stress, children with special needs, and those who are LGBTQ. And our very own district has started the difficult steps of recognizing these issues. And I really applaud you guys for establishing the task force in diversity, equity, and inclusion, for which it should be proud. Sorry, my dog is hitting this as we're trying to talk here. The events in Washington in the past few weeks with the images of the Confederate flag in our Capitol show how fragile our current recognition and acceptance of these disparities are. We all know that the Anti-Defamation League has talked about the Confederate flag as a potent symbol of slavery and white supremacy. And there are also well-publicized pictures of those terrorists wearing t-shirts referencing the Holocaust, including Camp Auschwitz and 6MWE, 6 million wasn't enough. The images of this flag and these other symbols being brought to our nation's capital to overturn an election was powerful and has a lasting impact on the adults and students who recognize them for what they are. At these times, more than ever, it's important for us to continue to show the support of all of the children in our school district, especially those of color or religious minorities for which these symbols would be particularly worrisome. And by having the courage to call out this behavior, educators set the tone that the values of white supremacists are not welcome in our school. I think it says a lot that the two children that we've heard from today in the high school both talked about their personal experiences, and I applaud them for recognizing what is going on and the need for them to say something. So thank you very much to those two kids.
Thank you, Beth. Elizabeth Heyman?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Heyman. I live on Fire Hill Road in Reading. And I just want to say that as a graduate of Barlow, I was and am still very grateful for Dr. Harrison's leadership. And I personally wish that our school system had had a leader like him while I was a student in our public schools. I think that Dr. Harrison is doing a tremendous job of leading our district through a difficult time, both with COVID, but also while prioritizing important changes on how we deal with race and identity in our schools. And while I admire Dr. Harrison for his apology, I personally don't even think it was necessary. He's right. We do all need to look inside of ourselves and reflect on how our modern politics and the rise of white supremacy have contributed towards those riots at the Capitol. We all have a responsibility to combat such violent and racist movements. However, ultimately, I just want to say that, and I want to reiterate what a lot of people have said tonight, that Dr. Harrison is an experienced and competent educator and superintendent, and I have complete faith in him and his ability to lead our district in an equitable way.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Last call for Jonathan Hopkins.
Yeah, hi, I'll be real brief. I also wanted to speak in support of Dr. Harrison. He's shown nothing but kindness and understanding in jumping into an impossible role here in the middle of the pandemic. I consider us lucky to have him, and we should do whatever we can to support him. Also, educational organizations should be seeking truth and teaching our children to seek truth, and not normalizing misinformation in a misguided effort to both sides, every argument. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Last call for public comment. If
Jonathan Street.
Yeah, sorry, Little Boston Lane in Reading.
Thank you.
And if John and Todd see anybody,
you have Suzanne Nolan.
Yeah, Suzanne Nolan.
Suzanne Nolan. Okay. Wherever she is, go ahead, Suzanne.
Hi, how are you? My name is Suzanne Nolan. I'm at 235 Lone Town Road in Reading, Connecticut. I have 3 daughters. 2 of them have graduated. 1 is a sophomore at Barlow. And I just want to speak to the fact that they are well-rounded human beings. They see things from many different sides. And I do give a lot of credit to Barlow for that. I think that their political views, and I see it on Facebook, on many of the different pages, I don't think propaganda is getting into what they're learning. I think that they can think for themselves and flesh out what they need from the information they're given. And I think it's pretty even keeled. With that said, I just want to I want to also thank Dr. Harrison for that email. I thought the email that came out after January 6th was great talking points. I sat down with my daughter and we had a great conversation about that. So thank you. Thank you for your leadership. COVID has been a nightmare, and I can't even imagine what it's like to be an administrator right now. So thank you. To the budget, I am begging to please be mindful of the children during this. We have had a tough year. There have been kids that have missed proms, that have missed graduations, that have missed being together. I don't want to see sports cut. I don't want to see clubs cut. I want to make sure that when we can get back together, we can really get back together and we can have the full experience. So it's just, and I know money's money, but if we could please make sure that the things that make Barlow and the ER9 system so special stay in place and maybe enhance them a little bit because of the difficult times we've been in. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Ann Minuski?
Yes, Ann Minuski, 20 Morning Glory. I've had many concerns in this this school year, COVID being one of them. The number one issue is our children in the schools, all of the schools. I have a 15-year-old that's at St. Joe's, and they're all being affected. Their mental health is it's worrisome to me on how they will bounce back from this. I mean, our kids are resilient, but we've never had such an issue in our lives. Regarding, I was wondering how to come at this with Dr. Harrison's letter, and over hearing everybody speak, there's an African tale of the wise men and the elephant. And I don't know who all knows of this, but as a former counselor, you would try to have, and I worked with kids, have children look at things from different perspectives. So I'm sorry, wise men, I said wise men, I meant blind men. Blind men and the elephant. So they each were at a different part of the elephant, and one was holding his trunk, one was holding onto the side, his skin, and another on his tail. And they were all they all explained what they felt, literally, with their hands, the experience of dealing with this elephant. They all had a different, quote unquote, view of this elephant. On January the 6th, many people went to Washington, D.C. for a Stop the Steal rally, a rally. The president at the time, Donald Trump, invited people to attend a rally in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, there were individuals who infiltrated and broke into the Capitol. So when I hear things that are, and I don't know, I don't know who has informed these children, either by television, the tell-o-vision, that is giving people a certain view of what they're in sitting in front of a television, what you're seeing, or a videotape, the slanted news. I'm not sure if the events were shown in classrooms or whatnot. I'm hoping that parents explained to them that that was a rally. I know that there were at least 3 busloads of people, citizens of Connecticut, who went down for the day and had a peaceful time there. They were shocked. They were shocked that people broke into the Capitol building, as was I. Completely could not believe it. I actually have a friend who I know for over 4 years who lives here in Connecticut, who the FBI showed up to her home in Connecticut. Because why? Because she attended the rally. So I want people to understand tonight that just like the blind man and the elephant, we see things sometimes with a skewed vision because people are not getting the entire message. The news agencies, MSM, are not necessarily giving you the whole picture. It was a quite peaceful event from what my friends who attended told me. They were aghast that people barged in, broke in, smashed windows. It was horrible. The children of Easton, Connecticut and Reading, Connecticut need to know all of the information. Regardless of the horrible t-shirts that people wear, the flags that people had, I don't know of that. I'm sure that there were people there who did bad things, wore bad graffiti, anti-racist information or racist statements, hats, whatever. That's also sadly, you're right to do those things. There are horrible people in this world, and that it's a sad statement. And we do need to get beyond this. We need to work that our children know that they are loved and cared for, that people in our communities love one another. And the critical race theory is off the charts. And I will just thank you for the time. Just add that this came out about 2 weeks ago. The report, the 1776 report. I urge parents to review it, and teachers, school board members. This needs to come into our schools because these are the facts. We talked about facts. There are individuals who went through education issues, Race to the Top, No Child Left Behind, Common Core, sex ed. All these things are not educational. And the skewing of critical race theory. We want all our children to have a great education, and we need to have strong school board members that will review all the curriculum and make sure that it's a positive experience for all our children. Race, creed, color. I just got done saying this at the Board of Selectmen meeting. Big blue marble for any of you people who were brought up in the 70s. All people to be loved and cared for and get a good education here. Thank you.
Thank you. Tallulah Whaley.
Hi, I just want to respond really quickly to what Anne was just saying. I think it's absolutely ridiculous that you would say that there are two opinions or two different sides to this. The fact is, and if you even looked at what happened at these rallies, these are not opinions. This is domestic terrorism. These are people that wanted to rain terror down on American society, and they failed, quite literally, they failed. And so if you're able to watch what happened and be completely comfortable in the fact that you think that this was nothing less rather than a complete act of domestic terrorism, then you have some real self-reflection to do. You have some real self-reflection to do, because these people are domestic terrorists. They're racists. They are white supremacists. They are Nazis. They're neo-Nazis. And the fact is, this is not a political issue. This is an issue of civil rights. This is an issue of morality. This is an issue of right or wrong, not political correctness or a political opinion. And I think this is where a lot of us are going wrong. And this is probably one of the main reasons that this rally even happened, or this riot rather even happened, is because people like you are refusing to come to the conclusion in your mind that racism is not a political issue. Racism is wrong. And there is no if, buts about that. Racism is wrong. And the fact is, at that rally, those people were racists. They were racist. It's not a political issue. It's not a matter of debate. It's not a matter of opinion. And if you can't understand that, I think you have some work to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Tulula.
Mr. Chairman, can we
Just
make
ask-
sure Mr. Chairman, can we make sure we keep the comments to the Board of Ed and not a political debate, please?
That was going to be my comment, that we're not going to litigate the events of January 6th. We're going to try to conform comments to that which is relevant to the educational program in the towns of Easton and Reading.
Thank you.
Amy Arnold.
I will just say, because we're keeping it based on education, I would like to be informed as soon as they decide to teach anything about the 1776 commission, because I'd like to pull my children out of the school system if that's what's done. I think Biden has already decided to get rid of it, but that is not something that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Carolyn Oppenheim.
Hello, Carolyn Oppenheim, Hunting Ridge Road, Easton. I will bring it all back to the matter at hand, which is the budget. We are, we've gotten so far askew of what we need to be focusing on, which is in fact what the kids need and what the kids budget, what the money that is required for that. And I truly believe in Dr. Harrison's ability to lead us through this budget season. His experience, his knowledge is going to be key, in getting us through that. From a larger school district, we can get a lot of feedback. So that said, we have to support, I think, our leadership as much as we can, and we'll look forward to hearing what you guys have to say this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I see no other public comment unless John or Todd sees anybody trying to grab my attention.
I do not.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to board member comment, and we'll go around the horn. Easton, Reading, Region 9, starting in Easton.
Thank you, Chris. Jeff? Nothing. Devin? Nothing. Okay. Gretchen? Okay. Randy?
No, all set.
All right, thank you. Jenny?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Todd for interjecting into public comment and just go on record as saying that I don't think that public comment is a place for personal attacks. It's not a place for members of the public to make directed comments at one another. And I also don't think that it's an appropriate place for the unions to read letters out loud. I think that there are other avenues for us to communicate with one another, to express that. And I'm not sure why over the past few months, public comment has become a place where the teachers' unions read letters of that nature. I think it actually damages, it's potentially damaging to the relationship between the board and the teachers. And I would prefer to see those communications addressed in a different manner. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. No comments from me at this time.
Okay. In Reading, anything, Heather?
Just real quick, I want to, no, actually, no.
Colleen? That was very quick, Heather.
I wanted to, so we're getting, as board members, we're getting a lot of communication from the community, and I always want to thank people for taking the time to share their perspectives and to share their perspectives tonight in public comment as well. I take your comments very seriously. I want to thank, I see in the crowd tonight that there are state leaders attending our meeting, and I want to thank them for attending, and I ask them to help us as we face some pretty incredible challenges. It just seems like layer after layer, every week there's something new. And I truly hope as a community, as two communities, that we can find a way to work together even when we disagree. It's very important to me as a board member and as a parent that we are focused, that our eye is on the ball and not distracted. And we have to do our best to prepare our students to go out into the world and be successful in this world we've created. And so I guess it's a call to the communities to really work together.
Thank you, Colleen. Mike?
Yes, I want to thank Jenny from Easton for her comment. I think you were spot on. Appreciate that. And Chris, thank you for reminding us to keep it relevant to education in Reading and Easton, because I agree that's where we need to be tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. John?
I just wanted to thank very much all the participants in the public comment, and in particular those high school and other young adults who participated tonight. Their voices are valued by all of us, and we appreciate them. I did have a potential item that I wanted to bring up, but I think I'm going to hold to our next meeting, as I know we have a very full slate tonight.
Thank you, John. Anything, Steph?
I'm good.
Chris, Hucker?
Not now, thanks.
And Heather, did you change your mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick that I also want to thank everybody for their comments, and especially the students. I'm always so impressed with how thoughtful the students of Easton and Reading and Region 9 are, and when they take an interest in the quality and substance of their education. So once again, I'm impressed by that. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Heather. Nothing from me right now. Todd to Region 9.
Sure, thank you. Cheryl, any comments?
Yeah, I do have a couple of comments. First, I want to thank everyone for sharing their view in public comment. As a board member, it's always refreshing to get that input directly in a public forum, as well as the emails that have been sent to both myself and my colleagues on the three boards. With respect to just communications, if I can just gently remind the community that communications on behalf of all the boards are and all the districts are provided in those public forums per se. And that said, again, that would be the ER9 website, et cetera, official communications. And then with respect to comments in terms of personal views on Facebook, I think everyone has the right to share those views as you know, in accordance with our First Amendment. So that would be, I respect anybody who would want to share any opinion on any forum in accordance with our laws. With respect to current events that are discussed in the classroom, I do support Dr. Harrison's email that was sent as official communication on behalf of ER9, talking about a current event like any other current event in our social studies history, to talk about a current event, the facts of that current event, and with the hope of perhaps educating our students on the different views to everyone's points that people may feel. Those facts may make them feel. And that's, to me, talking about the facts and learning about other people's views, regardless of whether or not you agree, is education. And I do support, and I think the official communication on behalf of the district that the superintendent sent on whatever date that was, I do think that was appropriate. And I do support that. And I do think it's fair and providing a forum for all to share different views. And then with respect to my own personal views as a parent of two existing students at Barlow, as well as a graduate of Barlow, I was personally glad that that topic and the facts were shared in a factual manner to have students provide input on how it makes them feel and ultimately how they are a part of our history. And I do hope and have a lot of trust in Dr. Harrison and the Barlow staff that was used as an educating and teaching moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, so I'd also like to thank members of the public and our brilliant students for, coming forward and having the courage to speak at a meeting and to share their perspectives. I will say that, again, my hope is that we can we can create positive change. And I think that collaboration and mutual respect, we can get there a lot faster. And there seem to be obviously some discrepancies in political beliefs, but I think that the education and the platform in the schools is one that is typical of how we've done things for years. I don't believe that there's a bias that has or a sudden change that is happening. I think that the work of the task force is ongoing, and all curriculum changes and things of that nature will be reviewed by the school board before they are enacted. And I thank everyone for their comments, and I would urge collaboration. I think we can get there faster.
Thank you. Gwen?
No, I have nothing right now. Thanks.
Maureen?
I would just echo what Cheryl said. I thought she put it rather eloquently. I think that Dr. Harrison has evidenced leadership in a really difficult time. And I kind of see leadership as having the courage of one's convictions and the wisdom to leave space for other opinions, and the ability to acknowledge when one might have erred in the courage, in expressing the courage of their convictions. I thought that the letter to the parents was entirely appropriate, entirely factual in nature. And I think we give our students too little credit if we think that they can't distill their own opinions from a major life and world change that happened on the 6th. So that's it.
Thank you. Mary Lee?
Sorry, had to unmute. I would just like to agree with all of my fellow board members who have spoken. Agreed. Our students, our kids are very, they're bright, they're reflective, and it is important for them to be given the facts and to be given their own opportunity to formulate their own opinions. If my girls follow my opinions, fine. If they don't, fine. But it is important to give them the information so that they can carry on and become good citizens. Thanks.
Thank you. Julia?
Hi, yes, I also would like to thank everybody for their correspondence and for maybe I don't spend enough time on social media that I don't know what's going on within the emails and the comments that I receive. So I do appreciate being informed of what's happening in the community. And I think that was really very helpful to gain perspectives from both sides of the situation. I do think that going forward, we want to keep in mind that a high quality education and a safe learning environment is what we want most for our students. And that one of the things that we should be teaching them is to be good digital citizens, and that digital citizenship is very important, and that their presence online leaves a digital footprint and may have consequences, whether people agree with them or they don't agree with them. That is there, it's permanently there. And once you've said it, it's out in that space, and it's for everybody to see.
Great, thank you. And Karen?
Sorry, I actually don't have a comment right now. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'll hold my comments till the next round of board member comments so we can get onto the agenda, since we have a very full night, and I think we'll probably be revisiting this topic later.
We'll hear from you in about 6 hours.
Yes, thank you.
So moving on to agenda item 4A, legislative update. I want to take an opportunity to introduce and welcome Senator Tony Wong, who represents the town of Easton, Senator Will Haskell, who represents the town of Reading, Representative Ann Hughes, who represents all of Easton and a portion of Reading, and if he's still with us, Representative Raheb Ellie Brennan, who represents the other portion of Reading in the Connecticut General Assembly. I've asked them to come this evening to talk to us about what's going on in the long session of the legislature in Hartford right now, and to give us an update on the bills that are pending that impact education in the state, as well as Easton and Reading specifically. So I would turn the floor over to them to introduce themselves and give us a brief update, and then solicit questions, comments, and concerns from board members.
If it's okay, we go with the order of your introduction, if I may.
You got it.
Chris. Thank you. I am State Senator Tony Huang. I represent Westport, Fairfield, Weston, Easton, as well as Newtown and Sandy Hook. Before we go and discuss what's happening in Hartford, I must say that I am so moved by today's discussion. First, I want to compliment the young speakers for their courage as well as thoughts and to acknowledge that they are indeed valued. But I come away from it and realizing, to put it into proper context, that we are so emotional. We feel such turmoil, and at times the frustration sometimes boiling over, where we have a loss of control in some cases, all after almost 10 months of this COVID-19 pandemic. And the challenge we have for so many that's focused on education, of our children being impacted, the social emotional dynamic, our lives kind of turn upside down, and the loss of control, as I said earlier. And it sometimes all boils over into the issue that happened on January 6th. And I think for us as legislators going up to Hartford, this is a valuable lesson for us in this kind of a dynamic. So I will share with you, before we talk about any particular area of legislation, let me share with you my take on this. And I want to first say that I applaud and I have great respect for the superintendent, and that his words spoke as an individual on his private account, but also as an individual that had lived a impressive life of rising above challenges and personal experiences that many of us may not understand, that he offers a voice, a powerful voice, to allow us to engage in a teaching moment, to be able to have that conversation. I think one of the commentators mentioned the fact that I really believed and touched me was the fact that for an individual to have the courage of conviction, but also the strength and the humility to realize that they might have made some mistakes. We are human. Nobody is ever perfect. And for those that want to cast aspersions, be very careful the glass houses you live in. I would hope that we take this opportunity and use it as a teaching moment for us to learn as to what the cause, what the emotions, and what the different perspectives that we have. That is the crux of our education, our crux of tolerance and understanding, and living in this country of great diversity, which is the very fabric of our advantage to the rest of the world. So I want to reiterate my support of the superintendent and to reassure to him that as an individual with his personal experiences, his voice is important. His voice is important to allow others to share their various and contrasting viewpoints. So the other thing that was pointed out to me was this, that we have to be very careful about social media in this day and age. That the fact that the doctor could make a comment on his own page, that it gets taken and multiplied and shared, in some cases properly or out of context, that we promote a message to a faction or a perspective that we want to articulate, takes away from the accountability of a direct accountability that we preach so much in education, as a foundation of simply saying value to find the truth. But we have taken such great comfort and liberty in this social media environment where we could take somebody's quote or a letter that's sent to us as a legislator and promote it onto a website without context to further our agenda That's a tremendous disservice for us as a public servant to accept all viewpoints and try to absorb it and try to be the best representative that we can. So I'm so honored to be here and to see such a strong interest, but I was even more impressed by the voices that I heard and the emotions that's felt. And make no mistake about it, we are living in a COVID environment where the world is turned upside down, and the loss of control and our mental health, our social emotional dynamics are affected. We need to be much more considerate and engaged and take an extra step and not proliferate content by social media, but perhaps picking up the phone and making a direct contact with people. That's what we're doing here today. And I wish we did more of that in this controversy that we're debating about, in the argument about whether it's right or wrong on January 6th, that we start talking to people instead of furthering an agenda and an idea that we believe in to the echo chamber that we may be following. That's one of the biggest dangers we have. And I really appreciate the board and the consolidated board and getting together that you are demonstrating that as educators, the direct and best form for us to practice what we preach is doing this type of a dynamic. So I know it's a longer intro, and I'm going to leave by saying, Dr. Harrison, you have my strong support and my gratitude for you to take on this role, because it is all about the best educational opportunities and success for every child in this district. So you have my strongest support, Dr. Harrison, and God bless you. And I know I took longer, Chris, but I got to tell you, I'm listening to people and I'm shaking with emotion, because we've got to be more tolerant. We've got to make realization that people are human, and stop damning people for a little mistake if they have the humility and the strength to say, maybe I could have done it better. So thank you, Chris, and I appreciate the indulgence of time.
Anything you want to touch on legislatively, or turn it over to Will?
Well, you know what? If we practice what we just talked about in the engagement and to be able to get the information without pursuing agendas, then perhaps we may be better served to have learned from this dynamic to be the best representative we are in Hartford, because it's going to be an ongoing conversation. You're going to get different perspectives and angles. And I hope we don't just take the side that we believe in, but perhaps to explore alternative viewpoints, maybe arrive at the viewpoint you originate. But isn't that the course of education, awareness, and enlightenment?
Thank you, Tony. Senator Haskell?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. It's an honor to be with you all alongside my colleagues and so many board members, students, and parents. I'm really grateful for the invitation. I think it's fortuitous that the legislators happen to have been invited on this evening of such an important discussion, so that we can, as Senator Wong said, reiterate our strong support for the remarkable and important and frankly much needed voice that Dr. Harrison brings to this district. So it's been discussed at length in this meeting, and I do want to mention a few legislative proposals that are before the General Assembly, but I do just want to say how grateful I am for his leadership, for his words that were truthful and that were frankly overdue. And as we heard from students and parents tonight, that were very helpful in helping the district process this incredibly difficult and historic moment. So thank you, Dr. Harrison. Let me just say very briefly that probably on the forefront of the Board of Ed, the respective boards of education, is what sort of assistance might be coming down from the state of Connecticut. As I'm sure you're all aware, shortly before Christmas, Congress passed an additional COVID relief package that had $82 billion for the purposes of education. Now, about a third of that went to higher education, and back of the envelope math, Connecticut is 1% of the population, meaning we typically get about 1% of any federal aid that's going out. So roughly, Connecticut's Department of Education is expecting to be able to distribute around $492 million, which is significant considering in the first two tranches of state and federal assistance for K through 12 schools, it only amounted to $111 million. So this will be significantly more. We don't know whether the State Department of Education will be following the same formula. We do know that the federal guidance attached to this additional funding comes with the notion that it should be really spent on helping students to recover from the social and emotional impacts of the pandemic, helping to assess any learning loss that might have occurred, and to provide for remediation and make up that learning that students may have lost. In other words, it will cover expenses through September of 2023, giving districts a lot of flexibility in terms of how they spend that money. As we get more information from the State Department of Education, we are going to be very sure to send it your way. But that's sort of as much as we know now. And if it's okay with you, Chris, I did just want to follow up very briefly on what I thought was a productive meeting that the Reading delegation had with some members of the Board of Education concerning some proposals that might make life in Reading easier, at least when it comes to public education and these board meetings. So there's a modernization of the Freedom of Information Act, specifically codifying Executive Order number 7B from Governor Ned Lamont. Representative Ali Brennan, Representative Hughes, and I introduced that. It now goes before the GAE committee. If anyone is particularly interested in this issue and wants to help us advocate to get it across the finish line, it's SB 183. There's also a bill that's come up before, but I know it's of interest during budget season, and that's an act concerning online public notices. When a town no longer has a physical newspaper, as is the case in Reading, it seems to me nonsensical that state law still requires them to publish at great expense public notices for physical newspapers that don't even really cover their town or their region. I'm a proponent of allowing online news sources, of which I know there are many in my district, to have access to those public notice opportunities. By the way, it's a great source of revenue to support local journalists, and it's a lot cheaper to do it online. And I really believe it will get in front of more eyes, furthering the goal of transparency. So that's SB 338, again, for anybody who likes to follow the path of legislation. And I'll close by saying that with a few other senators, I've been working on an expansion of the open choice program. And I know that that's something Reading has been interested in. I know it's something that Easton already participates in. The open choice program has been successful for many, over 50 years in the Bridgeport, New Haven, and Hartford region. Our bill seeks to expand it to both Danbury and Norwalk. And of course, there's surrounding districts that are interested in receiving students. I think it's a wonderful program, not just for the students who gain access to a world-class school system like Reading, Easton Region 9, but it's also a wonderful experience for students in these districts to have greater socioeconomic and racial diversity in the classroom. I think we all learn best when our classmates bring different lived experiences with them into school every day. So again, it's entirely optional as to whether, even if we pass this enabling legislation, whether or not the district would like to participate. As a bystander, I certainly hope that Reading does decide to participate and accept students from Danbury, which has a district currently struggling with overcrowding. Anyways, most importantly, thank you all for having us. And Dr. Harrison, it's an honor to work alongside you. I'm so grateful for what you do for the students of this district, and I'm grateful for the voice that you bring to these conversations.
Thank you, Will. Representative Hughes?
Thank you, all of you, and I'm fiercely proud to represent this community, both the elected boards and the students, and I echo my unequivocal support for Dr. Harrison. I'm so proud of your leadership in this moment, and also the leadership of the students that are showing up, and the alumni, the young leadership that's showing up and pushing us for systemic change in this juncture. First and foremost, I want to assure you that we are here as your legislators representing you and trying to get all the resources we can to protect and resource us to survive well this pandemic, this long-term pandemic. We are advocating for, certainly for frontline workers, including teachers and all the school staff, to have everything they need, including PPE, access to vaccinations, testing and tracing, to all the resources they need, sick leave if they need to quarantine in order to do, in-person learning well. Our goal is to survive well on one side, on the other side of this prolonged crisis, and then to thrive and to try to get all the resources we can, certainly from the federal government, but also from the state government, to support struggling cities, towns, health districts in rolling this out, and keeping our seniors safe, keeping our folks in long-term care and nursing homes safe. And we've been really laser focused on policies that really address the stretched thin services and workforce that are at the front lines here. So that's what I'm working for. I'm trying to get some resources directly into leaders, the two town leaders' hands to see if they could be helpful in terms of bonding, in terms of grants, in terms of, and like Will said, you know, some of this national emergency relief. We need relief, and we're going to need relief from the economic fallout to follow. So that's what we're working to do.
Thank you. And Representative Ali Brennan.
Thank you. I'd just like to say, Beth, oh, sorry, is it Devin? Devin has the right idea here. I don't know if she's on a or something, but she's got it right. I just want to thank Dr. Harrison as well for his leadership during these times. I think I posted twice and did a video just to like process what was going on, especially being a former congressional aide, but only just being an American, having to process what we went through. I think it's important. Every person in a leadership position speaks up and speaks out on what happened. And I would say that it's really not unique to this district as well. You know, I have 4 other superintendents I deal with, and they've all been under the same type of fire. And I know that they know what they did was right, and we do support them. And I guess to pivot to the legislature and what we're working on this year, I always feel like I've come to Board of Ed meetings with like, you guys have turkey dinner and I have nothing to bring to the table, but I don't serve on the education committee. Unfortunately, fortunately, I'm the vice chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm on public safety and I'm on general law. I do have a more heightened role in leadership. So I can't speak for the other 3, but I'm a fierce advocate for you in Hartford. You'll just have to, yeah. But no, I mean, I guess it's really just more to hear from you guys what's going on and how we can be better, because it's really early in the budget process, and it's always going to be kind of early until we get closer to, you know, April, May. And I know next Monday, Ann and I have a caucus on education, on the education committee, what they're working on. So we'll have a better idea of what they're pushing, maybe things that might come up that we would reach out to Chris and the board and just like get your opinion on things coming out. But besides that, really, I'm just really interested to hear what's going on with you guys and, you know, maybe what some of the teachers are going through right now. I know it's a tough time for teachers, and it's kind of frustrating that a lot of this is being directed straight from the governor's office. I've been advocating for more protections and more just to have a bigger voice of the teachers who I feel like they're constantly getting left out of the conversation. So I think we need to remember them when we talk about our children and the school system. The teachers are also important, but I'll stop rambling, and thank you for having us tonight.
All right, thank you, Rahab. Why don't we go around Eastern Reading Region 9 again to solicit questions or comments from board members to our legislative delegation. John?
I'll put it to Jeff, Devin, Gretchen, Randy, or Jenny. Do you have any questions? Jeff, please.
No, I was waving my hand saying no.
Oh,
No, that I didn't have any questions at this time.
Okay, very good.
I think I saw Devin trying to get your attention.
Devin? Yeah, you're on mute.
Sorry. So 1, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate your time. Number 2, I think, you know, just hearing about the federal money that's coming through, kind of trying to give hopefully an early idea of what kinds of dollars could potentially be coming to communities like Easton and Reading would be helpful as we go through the budgeting process. So we have a good indication of those things. It's really exciting that we found out that PPE is fully reimbursed, and I think that saves us some dollars. So I think that's great. I think number 2 would be anything you can do. I think, right, Raheem, you talked about our teachers around vaccinations would be greatly appreciated. Communication, there was already like a bit of a, you know, kind of lapse in communication. So trying to make sure our teachers get vaccinated, I think that's at the top of their list. And then number 3, I think as we think about summer programming, if there will be any federal dollars for students who need summer programming, that would be really helpful. And just like also thinking about next year, like safety opening plans, where are we going to be? Do kids need masks? Do teachers need masks? Like starting to think about kind of what the future looks like.
And I feel like it's, you know, the vaccinations is like any day now for teachers. You know, obviously Connecticut's doing a great job and we're receiving more and more doses, but you know, there's also just some kind of confusion on the national level about what's available and what isn't. And so I feel like once we know, like, teachers are going to get ready to get signed up, I want to know the process. I want to know exactly what that process is, so there's no confusion with teachers and no one's getting left out, because I know that has happened in other cases. But you know, I promise to stay on top of that.
Yeah, I can give a quick update in regards to the status of the vaccination. I participated in a meeting this morning with the State Department of Education and their updates of the superintendents related to the whole gamut of back to school and functioning. I did ask in regards to our teachers and school staff under the group 1B and what the timetable of that would be. But unfortunately, that pool got significantly bigger with the governor's evaluation of not just 75 and older and people with severe health comorbidities, to expand 65 and over, individuals in congregate housing and congregate settings, as well as grocery and essential workers that now include teachers and school staff. So the reality is we are competing with the national marketplace and a supply that's outstripping demand, which is a good thing. And I will compliment that the state of Connecticut has done a better job than most of the states in the country. That being said, the rest of the country is caught up and we are getting a crunch in regards to the combination of increased allocation of people qualifying and now supply. So right now, at my last check and talking to the Department of Health, we are only taking applications for 75 and over and people with serious health conditions. The idea that of taking 65 and over, as well as our teachers and school staff, may not occur until late February or March. And there might have been some confusions in certain districts that allowed school staff to get vaccinated. That was an error. They might have mistaken it with the fact that our nurses were part of the 1B priority group. So in regards to vaccination, I pushed this morning to get a better answer and a better timeline, because if we are pushing back into March and maybe even April, we could potentially lose another whole year of education for our kids in school. And there's a sense of urgency for me to have our kids get back into school and ensure that our teachers and the school staff get the vaccine and that they're safe and we have an environment. But the absence of school and remote learning has had a devastating effect on the quality of education and the effect on social emotional learning. I hope that answers the question, Devin.
Could I jump in? And I don't disagree with anything my colleague said. I just wanted to add one bit of information. And obviously, we are also impatient to get educators vaccinated. In the meantime, although testing is certainly not a replacement for a vaccine, I was encouraged by the fact that the $75 million that Connecticut received through the municipal coronavirus relief fund, 15 million of it is going to go towards priority testing for teachers, school staff, and childcare providers. So if there are staff members in Reading, Easton, Region 9 who are having trouble getting tested, please let us know as soon as possible. There's a tremendous amount of money and state resources being spent to make sure that they do not need to wait in long lines in order to get tested.
Well, the difference, right? It's testing, not getting the vaccine. Is that correct?
Right. Sorry. Everything I just said was only related to testing, and obviously testing is not nearly as good as getting teachers vaccinated. So I agree with everything Senator Wong said. I did just want to make sure that in the interim, folks are aware of testing opportunities and resources being made available.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you both. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
John, I've got a quick one, I think, and I'm not the right person to ask this. The right person to ask this is eating a pizza over there, Jeff Parker. But last night at our board meeting, we had a conversation regarding special needs kids, and essentially, for lack of a better term, the burden of proof is on the district. And Connecticut is one of very few states in the country that's the case. So I'll open it up to any of the representatives and senators here for their thoughts on that.
It would be a great help to the school districts if the burden of proof was not on the district, but rather on the parents as it relates to placement, which is the way it is in 45 out of 50 states. Connecticut being one of 5 that adopted the burden of proof, and that's very expensive for districts, and it is a financial burden. There's no question.
I'm happy to jump in, and I'm sure my colleagues know more about this issue than I do, since I'm relatively new to Hartford. But I would just say that given the tremendous challenges that Connecticut is facing this year related to the pandemic and the associated economic downturn, I don't foresee that burden of proof will be an issue that we take up, given the fact that so many families have expressed deep concern about what a shift in burden of proof might mean to them. That being said, I do think that there's a silver lining here, or an opportunity for compromise in changing the excess cost reimbursement formula. We know for small districts like East and Reading Region 9 that the per pupil expenditure is drastically inflated because you've got certain overhead costs that are fixed. And when calculating that excess cost reimbursement formula, multiplying the per pupil expenditure by 4.5 creates a scenario where it's very rare that the state is ever going to help meaningfully reimburse. And that's, I think, a huge contributor, at least I hear from many of the districts I represent. It's a huge contributor to their rise in education costs, is the expensive outplacement and other sort of vitally necessary, and by the way, constitutionally required programming that's available for special education students. So a way that, in my view, we can maintain the high quality special education services that these districts provide, while also helping make ends meet for local school districts, is to amend that education cost sharing formula to perhaps reduce the multiplier. I put forward a bill in 2019 that would have brought it down to 2 from 4.5. It didn't go anywhere, but maybe it could be reconsidered, or there are a host of other possible reforms. Chris in the past has raised, what if we took a closer look at how that per pupil expenditure is calculated and we took out certain overhead costs that are common among all districts? I'm open to all ideas, but I view that as an area where we might be able to make more progress in the spirit of full transparency.
Thank you for that, Will.
Yeah, we're not, neither Rahib or I are on the education committee, but I have heard talk of ways to de-link that enmeshed special ed costs in the education cost sharing formula, speeding up the educational cost sharing formula. All of these have to be done with an equity lens if we're looking at changing that at all, and ways to incentivize maybe accessing special education costs sooner, especially if you show some efficiencies with, like Will said, with transportation costs or something else. So ways to look at it, incentivizing getting access to special education funding would be I think maybe built in, but I don't really know what proposals are in the works at this juncture. We'll have to hear about that on Monday.
Well, Ann, if you could ask about it, it would be appreciated.
You got it. You got it, Jeff.
Chris, can I jump in and just say one thing about that, specifically about special ed costs? Thank you to all of our legislators for being here. Hopefully, if you haven't already seen it, you'll be seeing a proposal, a complete budget proposal from CAPS. One of the pieces of that proposal is around special ed and the excess cost amount, and really thinking about that differently. And I think that one of the things that we as superintendents would be really excited about, and especially I'm thinking about my work here in East and Reading Region 9, to provide incentives to districts who are working to build programs to keep students within district. And so because that reimbursement rate is so significantly high, it doesn't allow us to free up resources to create new programs. And what we know about working with special ed students and the potential of them being outplaced, it really is better for them to keep them closest to their nexus of support in their community. And that's a benefit to our students with IEPs, but a huge benefit to our typically developing students to learn alongside diverse learners. And I think that that's something that if we had more flexibility with resources, it would allow us to build stronger and more robust programs within the district, and you know, essentially then really keeping that same level of high quality at the bar where it is.
Thank you, Dr. Harrison. John, were we done with Easton, or the other questions for Easton? Okay, moving on to
Well, Chris,
Reading.
Chris, sorry, I just wanted to jump in really quickly and thank Devin for mentioning the vaccines for teachers. I just think it is right now, for me, it's kind of the pin that we need to move forward. Everything from just, you know, our teachers being able to kind of relax and just have that peace of mind and be able to focus on our kids, because I think right now their attention is divided, you know, between concern and wanting to fulfill their, you know, wanting to be with the children and wanting to fulfill those duties, but also being concerned about, you know, this highly communicable disease that they could possibly be bringing home to their loved ones through exposure at school. And while I absolutely want us to protect our oldest and most vulnerable, I also see our teachers as being on the high level of exposure, and that just needs to be, you know, considered. And thank you for advocating for them. And I hope that will come down the pike, you know, sooner rather than later. So thank you, Devin, for mentioning it, and thank all of you for being here, and thank you so much for your unequivocal support of Dr. Harrison. It means a tremendous deal it means a lot to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Jeff, before you jump in, if I could ask folks on Reading and Region 9, if you have questions or comments, to raise your hand with the reactions button, just so we know we can run it down when we roll over. Jeff?
There's another way that you can help with in terms of the distribution of the federal funds that are coming in, and that's the educational cost sharing. It was about 4 years ago that Easton received $600,000 in educational cost sharing. Last year, I believe, was 143, and so that's a big hit, no matter how you want to look at it. So that would be a way for districts to replenish some of those dollars that were taken, and by using the same formula, we would get you know, our small piece of that. Obviously, the rest of it is going to go to a lot of larger districts, but that would certainly help us out. Thank you.
All right. And if that concludes the comments and questions from Easton, we'll move on to Reading. Chris Hawker.
Real quick, hopefully. First of all, to remind my Reading colleagues, if you're available, is it Tuesday?
Monday?
Monday.
I think it's Monday.
Monday morning at 8 o'clock, there's a legislative breakfast sponsored by CABE. And so I hope to see all these fine folks there again. The second remark I'll make is one I've made before in one of those settings, which is, I think, particularly in this pandemic time, that when it comes to education, I think that the first rule should be do no harm. And I say that because last time I looked, which was 2 or 3 years ago, so it's probably increased, there was somewhere in the high 300s of mandates that had been placed on districts all over the state by the legislature over time. And I'm sure they all were great ideas at the time, but it adds up. In a pandemic year, if in no other year, Watch the mandates, please. We don't need more of them. That's it.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments from the delegation? Okay. Anybody else from Reading? I don't see any other hands for Reading. John.
I want to thank the delegation as well, and I'll just echo the similar question that my other colleagues have posed with regards to prioritizing teachers, and I appreciate the updates that you've given there. And if you could just reiterate what you're hearing out in your district, that everyone wants the kids back in school. The governor himself has been pushing to have the kids back in school, and we really, in order to do that, is we have to look out for the safety of our teachers and our staff, and they are a true priority. And I hope that we'll continue to push to help them get vaccinated.
Thank you, John. If there are no other comments from Reading, I would also comment that it seems contradictory for the governor to demand that schools be all in and teachers be put into classrooms every single day without the ability to mitigate the same way that folks over 65 have the ability to mitigate for the 3 or 4 weeks it's going to take to work through that cohort of folks to get vaccinated. And the concept that we're not going to be talking about vaccinating teachers until March feels unconscionable to me when you look at other states around the country and how their teachers are already lining up and being vaccinated. That said, a question I have for the delegation is with respect to our next topic on the agenda, which is health insurance. And the question as to whether or not this is a session where we're going to see a public option or any sort of state insurance program that a district can opt into.
We're pushing for one. We're totally pushing for one. Do you want to talk about it, Will?
No, Ann knows more about it than I do. I was going to say I totally support it. A public option that allows small businesses, district employees, those who work for nonprofits and those who are self-employed to buy into the state's plan would only benefit the state to have more healthy people buying into that. It would increase competition into the marketplace, dragging down sticky prices. And we believe would really, I'll speak for myself. I think it would be an incredible step forward during a historic pandemic to actually make healthcare more affordable for so many folks in Connecticut. But anyways, Ann has worked a lot on this issue.
Yeah, there's
Go ahead, Ann. I'm sorry.
No, there's incredible urgency, like you just said, in the middle of a public health pandemic, and it is depressing our ability to economically recover because these costs are so high, especially for our small districts and small business people. It's the number one issue I hear across the district door knocking is the unaffordability of premiums and healthcare, especially for self-employed, and a lot of people are going without, which is really can be literally deadly in a pandemic. So we are pushing hard. As you can imagine, the insurance industry is pushing hard back.
I think health insurance in this climate of COVID is absolutely essential, but the mechanics of it are much more complicated. I think the first thing for people to fully understand is 70% of the current insurance market in Connecticut is self-insured, meaning that if you work for Sikorsky, you may have Anthem. The reality is Sikorsky pays the bill to Anthem, so it's a self-insured marketplace. So nearly 70% of the state of Connecticut's insurance marketplace is self-insured. And it's actually not even regulated by the state of Connecticut's Department of Insurance. It's governed by the Federal Affordable Care Act. The remaining 25-30% of the fully insured marketplace is really where the public option bill being discussed right now affects. Now, the model that's being used, that's being articulated, is the model that we have used for public employees, and even though state employees are exempt from it, and that many of our school districts have taken on in participating in maybe 4 or 5 years ago with an incredible initial savings. We've all seen it where, certain budgets were given a surplus because of joining this public option 1.0, now 2.0, that it was a huge panacea and a surplus influx to our education budget, which the town readily used for everything else. What the problem ultimately is that marketplace is insured by the taxpayers of Connecticut. There is no real marketplace from a standpoint of actuarial experience, risk analysis, and as to whether it's truly sustainable in a real market utilization basis. So one of the challenges we have is if we're going into a much more full-fledged system, you're still not going to affect the 70% self-insured marketplace, but you're going to bring more businesses in, small businesses, nonprofits, and expand the pool. And the idea of the model is the pool would expand the risk and reduce costs. But here's the problem. We've had nearly 5 years of that public option. And the Office of Public Policy and Management, which is the budgetary office, just came out with a notice to Controller Lembo that the current public option plan that a lot of our teachers are now in that have limited their choices, reduce options to doctors, is potentially multi-million dollars in the red, that it is running into a deficit, not able to cover the claim and the experience based upon the rate that they've set. So again, we have to look at real market solutions, and that's where we are the insurance capital of the world. We have the best actuarial risk managers with a length of risk management over time to be able to manage it. But people need to understand the public option is an important idea to look at. But nevertheless, the ultimate risk burden in the public option program as proposed are the taxpayers of this state. And if we are not accurate in assessing the risk, and if we run into a huge deficit that needs to be addressed, it's the taxpayers of this state to address. I am actually the ranking member on the insurance committee. We are looking at solutions because insurance is absolutely essential. I think it's critical, and we need to look at options to reduce costs. But the public option may not be the panacea that it produces to be. I'm eager to talk more to get details. In fact, for many of you on the Board of Education, I would be very eager to find out what your estimated cost is. And here's the other intangible.
Well, there's good news, Tony. In about 10 minutes, you're going to find out.
Okay. And I think that's the other factor is that's important, that we are in a rate scale that we now have a surcharge versus other parts of the state that is also unfair. So it's a great idea. I agree with my colleagues, but this is where we may deviate from the standpoint. Reality sometimes provide a very different set of facts. And ultimately, we have an important responsibility that health insurance doesn't work in a model. It's an emotional, real, intrinsic impact on people. And the cost sometimes is beyond just the insurance.
The moral of the story is, yes, there's a public option being debated, and
Yeah,
we should keep an eye on it.
And we are going to keep an eye on it. A couple of things that Senator Huang is referring to. There is going to, in this current proposal that wasn't in last time's proposal, there is going to be reinsurance so that the taxpayers are not on the hook, like he was talking about. Increasing subsidies on and off the exchange, off the Access Health Connecticut exchange to purchase to make it more affordable. Increase eligibility 201% of the federal poverty level, and some other mechanisms in there too.
So we'll keep an eye on it over the course of the spring as it impacts us in the coming fiscal years, possibly. That's all I have. Onto Region 9, I see Cheryl.
Hi, I'll make it quick in the interest of time. Thank you to our legislation from Hartford for coming on this call, and I strongly encourage the chairs of each of the respective boards to continue this on a regular basis during such time where all three boards are meeting together, because I think it's very powerful. And I think to Mike D'Agostino's point earlier on discussion about collaboration, this is a fantastic way to collaborate to represent both Reading and Easton. So thank you for that. With respect to just re-echoing some of the comments, and I know that some of the federal money in it's still TBD, even though it's allocable to Connecticut. The allocation to Reading and Easton per se is probably still in flux, it sounds like. But if I can advocate that both towns get a better allocation than we did the first time around, would strongly encourage. I know that the delegation is working hard for us And, you know, it sounds like there's some solutions in play, potential change to ECS. Maybe that can get extrapolated to how we get the COVID funds from the federal government. So strongly encourage our delegation. I'm happy to support our entire delegation to share our particular case for Region 9. And then with respect, and then one thing I would like to echo is that to the funding, there's all students, regardless of whether or not you're special ed or general ed or has special needs, are going through a social emotional impact. And what I continue to hear from our Barlow High School educators is that impact takes a toll on our entire student body. It could be, I have difficulty engaging, I'm a general ed student, I need a 504 when I haven't had one, I need an IEP when I haven't had one. So to the extent that, again, advocating for additional funding for Reading Easton, if perhaps that could be an approach where we can advocate for more funding for all of our 5 schools. And then I just have a question with respect to this current legislative session. Is regionalization on the docket for this legislative session?
I didn't see anything. I know Senator Looney's the one who usually, put us in that position, but it seems to be the mansion tax this year, I think, right?
Okay.
Well, actually, Senator Looney we had a deadline for bill posted Friday last week. And Senator Looney did put in a bill that looked at some regionalization of education as it allocates to, I think there are 3 parameters. One of them is if you had 25,000 or less in your population, or there are 2 other criteria I can share with Chris, the proposed bill. And the carrot or the hammer to incentivize the regionalization of our schools is that you would get 20 points off of your construction reimbursement. There is another conversation that's brought up to the point that land use and zoning regulations, if not met with the state standards of high density housing, the majority leader of the House articulated that perhaps we could use ECS funding withholding as the hammer or the carrot to incentivize our local zoning bodies to comply with states' mandates on density housing and watershed building. So regionalization is alive and well. It may be disguised in sheep's clothing, but nevertheless, it is an encroachment on the home rule as well as local control that is so important of a delicate balancing act. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, the balancing act between the state oversight and the mandate through the fiscal pocketbook they use, whether it be called a carrot or a hammer, to the governance and the policies of the state over your local in control, is something that I'm very conscious of. And it shouldn't be a Republican Democratic issue. It should be protecting our local municipalities and the very hard work of the 3 various boards. I always point out that Education Region 9 have regionalized on their own volition and created this model on their own. They do not need the state to tell you what to do. You've done it on your own, and you're a prime example of a success story.
Some call it a model, others call it a monster, but that's the... Ultimately, I think that the Looney bill is inapplicable to our districts because it's only applicable if you have a local high school, and the fact that we have a regional high school with across 3 boards of education exempts us from that, for better or for worse.
Yeah, and just to add to Cheryl's question, Friday was the deadline for bills, so you're going to see like hundreds of bills on different things, and a lot are dead on arrival. But we're probably not going to see like fully everything until maybe like later this week or even the week after. Just like the process of the legal experts that have to frame what we proposed into that language as a concept, and then it goes on to the committee process to go to a hearing. And so concepts, some of them don't even see the light of day, but that's our job to stay on top of it. And like I said, Monday we'll know more about Education Committee priorities, and then hopefully move from there and keep you informed as we keep moving on.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Todd, I don't see anybody else from Region 9. Do you?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. So I want to thank Tony and Will and Ann and Rahab for a spirited conversation tonight, which I hope, as Cheryl said, is sort of the first of many along these lines, because it is an excellent opportunity. Our tri-districts are rare in that we have 2 members of the state Senate, 2 members of the House, all sort of pulling for our collective benefit. And it's been valuable over the course of the pandemic to work with you guys individually. And I'm glad to have everybody here to flesh out these issues so you can hear what's important to the districts. So thank you all. And you're obviously very much invited to stay with us for the next several hours as we get to the regular business of the boards. So
Thanks.
Tempting.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for having us. Keep in
Thank you.
touch.
Truly, thank you for having us. And again, reiterating, Dr. Harrison, we're very lucky to have you. Thank you, sir.
That brings us on to agenda item 4B, which is health insurance review. So I would introduce Mr. Zachary, and I believe Rob Fitzpatrick from Brown and Brown is on the line.
I think we
I
have
am.
Rob and Jay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've invited Brown and Brown to give us an update on their sort of projections of our healthcare situation and share with our Anthem's projections. And so I've shared with all three boards. We need this information for our budget purposes right now. Easton and Reading have basically a plug number in the budget, our existing budget from this year. So hopefully you can get some information out of this presentation to make decisions about for next year's budget. So Jay or Rob, I don't know who needs.
Thank you, Clarence. It's Rob. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I'm just going to start off and give kind of an overview of what's been going on and where things are going to go. We overall did an analysis of the cost for ER9 as a collective. We then separate each of the groups out, Easton, Reading, Barlow, and also central office, to give our analysis to each of the boards collectively. And when we look at these analysis, remember, no one district stands on their own. You're one overall group together. Easton and Reading, you have your individual schools, but you collectively share Barlow and central office. So when you look at the big pictures of the entire package, it is based upon all the groups combined. This past year has been exceptionally challenging, as everything else has been. On top of our inflationary charges for normal healthcare increases, we are also tasked with adjusting our projections for claims that were suspended or reduced during the period of the initial COVID-19 lockdown. We anticipate as the vaccine gets more and more prevalent, more people have shots in the arm, and people start going back to the doctors, there will be a future uptick in claims. So our overall projections, we need to look at typical medical cost inflations, 8.5%, and then the impact of the COVID-19, which can run anywhere from 6 to 8.5%. So those are also counted into the impact of our budget for next year. One of the things that we did a couple years ago was we adjusted the populations of each of the schools into a high deductible health plan. That was challenging, and with the cooperation of the unions has been successful for the most part in saving the district claims dollars. We were under an old PPO platform, which was a first dollar claim payment for the districts, and it created some issues with your claims right from the get-go. Whereas the high deductible plans have a deductible, although the districts are funding a large portion of the deductible or half the deductible, we tend not to see as much claims in the beginning part of the months of the plan year, beginning in July through, let's say, October. Then we start to see an escalation of claims because those deductibles have been met and the plan has 100% coverage once you meet those deductibles. However, because there is some incentive or consumerism, we'll call it, for employees, they tend to make better choices when seeking care from doctors. Senator Wong was correct, as was all the other legislators, on this call, healthcare costs have been escalating too fast. But everybody's quick to blame the insurance companies. I am no fan of the insurance companies. As a matter of fact, my primary job is to attack those insurance companies, make sure that they are not charging our clients, such as Eastern Reading and Region 9, too much money for the services that they provide. But in some cases, these insurance companies are our protection factor from the healthcare system that is escalating due to lack of competition in the state of Connecticut. I want everybody to think about this. If you're in the southern part of the state, such as where we are, you're going to most likely go to Yale New Haven system providers. If you're in the northern part of the state, you're going to go to Hartford Healthcare. There's only 2 healthcare systems in the state, with a smattering of a couple of independent hospitals still. But all in all, 2 healthcare hospital systems control at least 90% of all the claim services in the state. They're monopolies, if you will, and they control these costs. So they price their services according to what they can get. It's a problem, but the insurance companies, all of them, have done decent jobs at negotiating discounts with those providers. So when going through this, keep in mind that Anthem has been our vendor for many years. They do a very good job. They have some of the deepest discounts for hospital services. Their provider services are top 1 or 2 in the state. But overall, the combination of the balancing act between good administration from Anthem, plan design, and good consumerism from the employees is the balancing act that we have been trying to achieve. And we constantly look at this to reshape it, to make sure we are achieving that balancing act. So that being said, Jay is going to walk you through the details of each of the districts and then give an overall projection of the cost. Again, this is an early projection. Our claims experience has been ongoing, but as we get closer to our plan anniversary date, which is July 1st, we tend to make updates to our projections. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay. And Jay, if you can go through each of the districts, talk about the numbers, and we'll be happy to answer questions after. Jay, you're on mute.
Jay on the call?
Hi, can you folks hear me?
There we go.
Yes, we got you now.
Okay. Just for edification, are we using the graphs that today, or those already been distributed?
You can use them, Jay. They have me distributed. I didn't want to steal your thunder. So, Chris, I think you may want to give Jay.
Good man. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Whoever's the host.
You should be good.
Okay. Thank you. So let's try again. How are we doing? Can everybody see the graph?
You're good.
Okay. Before we get into depth with each individual entity within the region, just wanted to make a couple of quick comments, because I really feel one of the best ways we're going to look at this is looking at the 2 prior fiscal years, the current fiscal year, and then of course we're trying to forecast the next fiscal year from a budget standpoint. And if we rewind back to about 17,
Jay, your screen
18,
is flashing.
It's psychedelic.
It goes on and off.
We're all gonna have seizures before this. All right, it looks like it's holding up now. I think you got it.
Okay. All right. Maybe it was my mouse. So if we take a look back to 17, 18, the region was largely in traditional healthcare plans. And we were facing trends at that time upwards of 11%. So as we entered 18, 19, we really started to make a strong migration to high deductible health plans. And largely the teachers went first, about 60% of the population, and then the other unions followed. The hope in moving to the high deductible health plan was largely trend-based. We were trying to achieve a trend that was about 2% lower. So Rob had used 8.5 as his number, which is pretty much what's going on out there. But in fact, we're running closer and using a number closer to about 7.2. So by and large, high deductible health plans have been advantageous for us. And again, the goal behind high deductible health plans is not to make it harder to get the care that you need, but to have both the employer and the employee making smart decisions with what providers they choose when. Healthcare is, for preventative is still covered at 100%. So your colonoscopies, your preventive visits, it's not meant to be a barrier to care. But when it comes time for care outside of preventative, that you're making strong, logical, and effective decisions, including what prescription you might take, to have that conversation with your doctor is what is the most effective, both from a healthcare standpoint and a cost standpoint, but also where you're choosing to have your care. Are you going to the hospital for something that could be handled at a location that costs quite a bit less? And when you bring the consumer into the equation, which high deductible health plans do, they will often pick the combination of best quality and best cost for the service that they need. So one of the things that we also see when we go into high deductible health plans is a pretty significant initial decrease in claims, right? So we're looking at a number that's close to 18%. Do we get to retain all 18% in claims? No, we typically give that back, a large portion of that back, in the form of high deductible health plan funding. So what you put in their HSAs or employees' HRA, and also usually either a lower contribution or we hold that contribution steady for a few years, all of which we did. So the point brings me up to our biggest goal here was not for a massive decrease in costs, but really to try to turn that trend line a little bit, to reduce the effective trend, to get away from 11 and get closer to 7. And it's important to remember that as we're going to look across these 4 years, because each one of these 4 years, we do see some advantage in 18 and 19, but sooner or later, trend is still going to start pulling us up. We're constantly trying to beat trend. So as we look at the lines in the graphs in here, know that we've bent that line, but it was always going to be heading up, right? So the other thing, as Rob mentioned, as we're looking at fiscal year 2021, is we're using about 7.2% trend, but also COVID and Anthem, along with the other carriers, but Anthem specifically, is assuming claims that occurred in 1920 are going to be 10% greater just from COVID, much less the 7% trend as we approach 2021 and 21-22. And when that officially happens is a little difficult to tell, because the anticipation was that would very much happen in 2021, that the claims that were saved in 1920, or I shouldn't even say saved, that simply did not happen because folks were not going to the doctors and not going to the hospitals, would return once COVID was at bay. And we all know COVID's not at bay yet. And so the expectation is that those claims costs will return at the end of this fiscal year and largely into next fiscal year. I'm going to break. Does that make sense? Everybody hear me clearly?
Yes.
Good.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And so before we head into the graph section, what this really means is if we look at 1819 claims, and Easton in its own is a smaller self-insured group. Reading in its own is a smaller self-insured group. Region 9 is a smaller self-insured group. But if we look at the totals overall, we're a fair-sized self-insured group. And as we look at 1819 all the way out to 2122, our expectation is and should be that we're going to see as much as 22% increase over that span of time. And more importantly, as we look at 1920, because we just came off of 1920, and everybody's claims should have looked very good, right? With maybe, and we've had a individual conversation with Reading, I think it was the last meeting I had prior to COVID, that they were in a year where they were just having significant high claimants at that time. I'm sure the folks at Reading recall that discussion. But again, if we look at everybody, Easton, Reading, and Region 9 together, 1920 was a very low utilization, a very low claim share, and reserves should have started to increase significantly.
Jay, we're looking at a slide. Jay, we're looking at a slide that's just Easton. Is that your intent?
Yes. So I'm just
Okay.
setting up to before we go into the slides.
All right, just wanted to be sure. Thanks.
We're about 2 minutes from going into that. As we look at 1920 compared to 2122, right? So 1819, where it was a standard claim year, standard trend would say we'd be about 22% higher come 3 years later. As we look at 1920, claims actually on the whole decreased slightly to stay the same. And really that was trend being offset by about 10% less claims in COVID. Well, we expect that 10% to come back sometime in the near future plus trend. So you could assume that from 1920 to 2122, we actually have about 24% increase in cost. Okay, so I'm laying this land because I just don't want folks who just closed the books in 1920 to assume that claims stay at that level. This was very much a COVID event. We are very much always battling 7.2% trends on high deductible health plans. As Rob indicated, as high as 8.5, but we look to be about 7.2 currently, all the way up to 11% for traditional plans. So as we look at Easton, and now we'll get into the graphs, and I appreciate everybody's patience. As we closed 1920, where you see adjusted actual, adjusted projection, we have, hold on 1 second, I just want to, projection, actual versus projection. Sorry, I'm having trouble actually reading my screen. 0.5. Projection. Okay, so what we have when we see adjusted actual, adjusted projection. Okay, the 1.946 represents the actual claims of 2.28 million. So that's the first column, adjusted actual, equals the actual claim cost, or the actual total cost of the plan, plus high deductible health plan funding of 140, minus the employee contribution. So the actual total budget spend should have been about 1.946 million for Easton. Anthem based on their projections, and they had projections of 2.529 million. So that's the column all the way to the right-hand side, plus the high deductible health plan funding, minus employee contributions of 473, said it would have been about 2.2 million. So ultimately, we came in considerably below budget in 1920. As we look to 2021, we're projecting that the actual cost of the plan will be almost 2.8 million, where Anthem's projection was close to 2.3 million, and that's for the total cost of the plan. After we include the high deductible health plan funding but decrease the employee contributions, our current projection for Easton is closer to $2.6 million, about 2.586, versus Anthem was at about 2 million. Now, the issue with the 2021 currently, okay, is that it assumes that COVID claims are coming back during the 2021 year. But that is slowly starting to become a less likely outcome. So my estimate would be that we will be below 2.586 for the 2021 fiscal year, but it's very hard to tell when those claims are truly going to come back. And it really has to do with the conversation tonight of when vaccines become available. Folks just really aren't going to go get significant levels of health care other than emergency care if they don't have to until that vaccine is out there. It is widely out there. Okay. And so as we move to 21, 22, we're projecting a number closer to, and again, this is total cost and funding, but reduced by employee contributions of 2.726 for 21, 22. And the fact of the matter is the truth is somewhere in the middle then, okay? And what I mean by that is the claims will hit differently based on when folks feel comfortable going back to their doctor for services. And I know this is a little difficult to follow, but the important part is really in the graph. If you look at the point of 1 on the blue line versus the point of 4 on the blue line, and you just imagined a straight line, you have this rather steady increase, this increase I was talking about, of about 7%, okay? That has not gone away. How COVID has had us fluctuate across that line and what the anticipation is of when the claims will truly hit in 2021 versus 21, 22 is, again, if they can't tell you when you're gonna have the vaccine, I can't tell you when we might see a return in claims. There's two other items that I'd really like to stress here. Number one is our numbers are always significantly different than Anthem's, okay? The number one reason is Anthem, as Rob indicated to you earlier, is Easton, Reading, and Region 9 are looked at as a whole by Anthem. They blend all the claims experience together. So, said another way, when Joel Barlow has been performing extraordinarily well, that brings the entire blend down, where Easton is performing more towards the average. And Reading, as we discussed, has had a difficult 12, 14 months of claims. So if you're always averaging, somebody is always going to be higher than the average. Somebody's always going to be lower than the average, right? And that's what Anthem provides you, is the average. And we try to provide you a more distinct insight into each one of the entities. The second part is that we use 2 high claimants, okay? So what I mean by that is if you looked across the history of Easton, Reading, and Joel Barlow, you average about 3 high claimants. But because there's no crystal ball into specifically which one will be where those claimants will lie, when we develop our budgetary number, we put 2 claimants into both, okay? And basically we say to you, look, we're saying 2.726, and that assumes that Easton will have 2 high claimants. If you want to assume that there's only going to be 1 high claimant, you can reduce that by 175,000. But I don't have a crystal ball to tell you whether this year is going to be Easton with 2 or this year it's going to be Joel Barlow with 2. It's just not that predictive, especially at the size of each individual entity. And when I speak to groups that are on the smaller size, and when I say smaller, again, I'm talking about Easton at 115, not necessarily the whole group at 400, it always comes down to what does your reserve look like? If your reserve is not very strong, then you're going to want to be more conservative in your estimate. If you have a strong reserve, then you don't need to be as conservative in your estimate. And with that, I'm going to take a break. I know that was a lot to take in.
And Jay, if I could just summarize just 2 key elements here, folks. When you look at the Anthem projections and the documents we get from Anthem, they give a global view. They give the entire ER9 plan projection. When Brown & Brown presents it to you, we're going to give you that global view, but we're going to pinpoint by district because that is how you budget. Okay, so we're giving you a portion of Easton, Reading, and then we're doing a combination of Joe Barlow and the central office, and that should be split between the 2 districts. And that is just generally the concept of what we're doing here. Now, because of the high claimants may fall under one district or the high school or the other district, we have to use a kind of a weighted average or a leveraging of those high claimants in order to give the projection that we're trying to give you for a budget number so that you can more accurately and precisely budget and plan for reserves. It is very important that, again, and Jeff, you remember this from the first year you folks hired us, we want you to conservatively plan your reserves. All right, because we will have fluctuations in our healthcare. At the period of time, Joe Barlow is going through an excellent. Reading's not going through such a great time, and Easton, you're performing about where you're supposed to be. But it wasn't that long ago where everything was flipped around. So that's why I always say, let's budget for that rainy day and be prepared for it. So I just wanted to summarize those key elements for you. I know we're taking a lot of time, and Jay, what we need to do is just walk through the Reading elements. Is there any questions on the Easton number?
Can I just, this is Colleen, can I just ask a quick question? So you're saying 2 high claimants? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Correct. So I should specify with 2 claimants hitting the $175,000 pooling.
The stop loss.
Okay.
The stop loss.
So Anthem is assuming how many?
Again, they are looking at it as a global whole.
Yep.
And so within the whole, they're looking at 3,
okay,
which would really average 1 per.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions from Easton?
I'm good.
Okay.
Randy,
So
Devin, Gretchen, Jenny. Okay, good.
No,
Okay, we're going to move on to, I'm sorry? We're going to move on to Reading then.
Good.
Okay. Jay, can you pull up the Reading slide? Thank you.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
Can you expand it a little bit?
I can certainly try.
Thank you.
How's that looking? Okay.
And Clarence,
Okay.
if you have these slides and could circulate them by email while we're talking, that's going to be helpful to folks too.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, so with Reading, we're predicting at the moment, we're still dealing a little bit with high claimants, some of which is really the renewal of claimants that existed from last year. So as we look at last year, and as we met, I think last February or March, we were in the very height of high claimants, but that dissipated at some point because they had gone over the 175 pooling point, stop loss, and they were no longer the risk of Reading. But as we entered into July and August, that stop loss restarts. And so there was some activity at the beginning of the year that really had to do with the prior year's claimants because they were continuously ongoing. As I look towards the end of 2021, I do feel that we're going to see some relief in those high claimants, as well as, again, 2021 has a pretty large COVID factor in there, and we're really just not going to know the true story until we approach March and April. So for now, we're suggesting that 2021 could end as high as 3 million. I do believe it'll be less. And for 21-22, we're looking at about 3.28 million for total budget. You'll see these numbers again are higher than Anthem's. Anthem again is looking at the total average of the three districts together. And again, we are putting in 2 high claimants on Reading, and with the average assumption from Anthem being 1.
Any questions from Reading folks on this slide? Hearing none, I think we're good, Jay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to move on to Barlow now, and kind of give you an overview of the Barlow group.
And so Joel Barlow tells a very interesting tale from 2 respects, which is certainly we saw the benefit of the high deductible health plans. Certainly we saw the decreased utilization in 1920 to COVID. And certainly it is simply the, sort of reverse image of some of from a Anthem to our projections. Here's where we're going to suggest that Barlow is actually going to run less than Anthem. And the reason being is that they're performing well, but Anthem uses the total averages. Okay, so our budget here is 1920 ran at $1.5 million, just a pretty phenomenal year. And again, that Reading and Easton ultimately share in. 2021, we're discounting that pretty phenomenal year for the fact that it performed so well as we're concerned about COVID and when those claims will come back, come back into our utilization. So you'll see really from 2 to 4, a somewhat similar line as you're seeing on Reading and Easton. And that's really because at some point there is a prediction that 10% from COVID and that 7.2% trend does take effect. But certainly Joel Barlow is running extremely well.
Any questions,
Any
comments?
questions from
Region
the-
9, looks like Mike.
So, thank you. I guess I appreciate the presentation. I tend sometimes to be somewhat blunt, and I don't know that I see a great. I'm uncertain that I see a great value in seeing the comparison between Anthem and Brown & Brown, in that, if we were just going to go with Anthem and the board was going to kind of make their best guess as to whether we wanted to go on the low side or the high side, that would be one approach. But because we have Brown and Brown, and you're supposed to be our best option, prognosticators here, I would think that, I'm kind of uncomfortable as a board member saying, do I want to take your low projection or do I want to take your high projection? I'd really prefer that you give me your best projection and then we can kind of go from there. That would be more helpful to me. That's number one. Secondly, I know we've gone to the high deductible, health savings account, but I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with statements like our employees tend to make better choices, and if you include them, they make strong and logical, effective decisions about what providers they choose and when. I am somewhat concerned that some of our staff may be delaying procedures that in normal times, let's just say in a non-pandemic environment, that some of our employees don't, they have to wait until their accounts build up before they're getting health services. So me personally, since I've been on the board, I don't like being in the insurance business. I would much prefer some sort of, full-in PPO, some sort of a state partnership. I know we get into the weeds. I'm not going there tonight. I'm just saying what would be helpful to me would be to see the cost of this versus the cost of the PPO, what our increase would be if we had a PPO, because obviously we've all been told that going from self-insurance to a PPO, it's that first year delta that really kills you, or that's most difficult, better way of saying it. But I guess what I'm saying is, we're getting lots of information, but I don't know that any of it helps me in my decision-making process. I'd really like to hear what Brown and Brown's best forecast is and work off of that number rather than be given a slew of options, if that makes sense.
Mike, thank
So,
you.
Mike-
Jay, I just want to talk about 2 points before you do that, because I want you to go to the summary of the numbers on the next tab. Jay, if you can get that ready to go and tee it up. But Mike, let me just talk to you a little bit about your idea of the HSA not working. One important factor is that when you look at an HSA on an overall basis, those teachers who are young and healthy, they're not going to go to the doctors, but they get the benefit of 50% of that deductible put into an account that they can also contribute to on a triple tax-free basis. So they're building up a nice little nest egg for future years if they choose to do so. Conversely, those teachers who tend to use a lot of services also have the money from the various boards of education into an HSA account every year, which they don't pay a dime for of services until they exhaust half of that deductible money that the board has put in on their behalf. And then they're only putting in a portion of not more than $2,000 towards their medical care, at which point their medical care is covered at 100%. So from the standpoint of somebody putting off services, I don't know if that's necessarily accurate. But I can tell you that we have done a job and a half of educating the staff on how to use these items. We've walked through this with the teachers union, and this was endorsed, this plan, by the teachers union and their representatives from the insurance plan. So from a standpoint of a PPO, the difference is the teachers are always going to be paying, or the employees are always going to be paying a co-payment. And what tends to happen is that the cost of those goods and services for that plan tend to rise at a faster pace. So then what's going to happen is you're going to flip this around in negotiations, and you're going to have to ask those teachers to pay more than 20% of the cost of the plan, because you're either going to pay at the front end, which is a premium cost share, or in the back end, which is through co-pays and cost sharing of the doctor services. Again, I mentioned earlier that we try to balance out this system, whereby we're putting money up front for the teacher to spend so they don't avoid going to get services. And keep in mind, those important preventive services are always covered at 100%. So no one should be without getting care. So overall, the idea of the state plan, and I'm not going to get into it, but I could tell you on the meeting with Cost this morning, is that the state has told many of the towns that they can expect a 6 to 8% increase on the baseline with a 3.5% increase or adjustment for Fairfield County. That would put them, or the state plan, well above the cost that we're projecting out for each of the three boards. The state plan was very close. It is no longer close. We are much, much less expensive than the state plan option. So that I'm going to just put to rest now.
No, and that's helpful. And I don't want to seem ignorant, because I do understand the difference in the cost of the plans. But I do want to say that I used your statements in the beginning, which were that some employees tend to delay services until their deductible, their fund builds up. So that was where I got that from. That's not something that I threw out there. Those were your words. And that concerns me, that employees may be delaying things until their HSA builds up. And so that was why I made that statement. But again, I want to delay. This is going to be a long meeting anyway. I'm just saying it would be helpful just to be able to get your best projections.
Okay, so we've done that, and Jay's got the sheet right now, which sorry, my earpiece fell out, which I think sent out to everybody. So Jay, walk through these numbers.
Okay, everybody sees my screen again?
Yep.
Yep, and Rob, thank you for this, because I do think this will very specifically answer Mike's question, okay? Which is what Anthem is saying. If we look at this on all three, or actually including central office, but as a total self-insured program, Anthem saying our cost should be about $7.68 million after HSA funding and contributions. We provided you a number, if you add up the numbers from the sheets that I showed you, of 8.289. The budget, because it's yet to be determined, has been placed in yellow. Okay, so those are just holding placeholders, excuse me. Down below, we specifically break out all the components as we see them, and we, Brown and Brown, for claims, stop loss, administration, contributions, funding. The most important part is when you get down to right about here, hopefully everybody can see me clicking on it, you see that 8.289 again? And all we're saying too is we included 2 claims for each of Easton, Reading, and Joel Barlow. That is our best pick, 8.289. And at one stop loss, it is, our opinion, 7.764. And as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, we provide this range because our statement is aim higher if your reserve is not flush. Aim lower if you have a flush reserve. Because we are, we have been doing municipalities now for decades, and we understand the pressure, and we don't want to see teachers lose their jobs. So it really is a matter of, okay, it can go here and it can go here, and that is what reserve is meant to protect against. And you have the option.
Thanks.
So Jay, what you're saying is that and I'm just focusing on Easton, that if we put 2 people in, that we should expect a total claims of 2,726,546, and if we only put in 1, it's 2,551,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is Brown and Brown's recommendation as far as to describing what would be a lean health reserve and what would be a robust? Is it still 2.5 months of claims? And have you identified what you would deemed to be a lean and a robust health reserve for each district?
So my specific number is 18%, north and south of 18%. Right?
So 18% being the norm?
Mike, there is no norm. A reserve number is adjusted every year based upon the performance of the plan. So if somebody is out there telling you the norm should be 20% or 25%, they're not giving you an accurate account, because your reserves are living and breathing and are adjusted from year to year based upon the performance of that plan. So this year, Jay is saying 18% is a good representation of what you need to protect yourself from the unrecognized plan fluctuations that may happen, especially in an environment such as COVID-19.
Got that. So, but you did describe at one point it would depend on whether your health reserve was lean or whether your health reserve was robust. And so when I ask 18%, is that lean, is that robust, or is that in the middle?
Okay.
That is in the middle.
So that's in the middle. So what I meant was south of 18 is heading towards lean, north of 18 is heading towards robust. And it's not an exact number, right? If you can foresee specific claims coming, you might want a little more. Depends on the size of the group. So you asked me for a number, and I'm trying to give you a straight answer, Mike, of 18. If you ask me, you know, put me in a chair and said, what is it? I'm going to tell you about 18 is where you need to be.
And so let's say we're a couple percentage points over that. If let's say you were in the 20 plus range, then you may feel more comfortable going with the sort of lower, you know, assuming 1.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yes, that's correct.
It's on the edge, right? So 175 is your pooling point. If you get those 2 claims this year, 175 of your budget is about 7%. You want a perfect number from me? I'm going to tell you, then that's 25, right? 18 plus 7 is 25. If you're at 22, you know the obligations of the entire town of Reading or Easton or the board, right? So it is, we're trying to give you as much insight as possible to make strong decisions.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Rob and
Okay,
Jay,
are there any
anything
other
else you'd like to add, or we can go around the horn and see if there are any other questions?
Mr. Chair, before you go, I have the presentation, but mine's dated a few days earlier, and it looks like Jay's made some changes, so I've requested tonight, so you'll have exactly what they're showing tonight.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Clarence. Board members with additional questions or comments, you can raise your hand. It's probably the quickest way to find you amongst the windows.
Can I just talk? It's Colleen.
Go ahead, Colleen.
So, all right, boil it down for me. I'm looking at a lot of numbers here. So Brown and Brown's ultimate number is the 8.289, but that comes with 2 stop losses. And Anthem's number is
7.681.
okay, but that comes with 1 stop loss per.
Right.
Okay.
And I would say our global number, Colleen, is
Yeah.
actually 7.764. Okay. Well,
Okay.
we're showing you a number because we have to try to make a decision for each entity as high as 8.3 because of what happens if that high claimant falls 2 in Easton and 1 in Joe Barlow. And for my friends at Reading, they know all too well what I'm talking about,
Okay.
right?
Mr. Chair, if I may add, if the Reading board members recall in our last meeting, I talked about our claims history. for December and November, how it was not trending well. That's sort of what Jay and Rob are talking about, where Joe Ball and Easton, Easton just went up in December and Joe Ball was still sort of very low. So that sort of recent claims history is what Jay and Rob are talking about. You got to make a decision whether those two claimants are going to fall in either your district alone or maybe multiple districts.
Yeah.
Cheryl?
I just have a clarifying question with respect to the 18%. Is that 18% of annual claims? Is that 18% of the high and low, i.e. Anthem or Brown and Brown? Is it the 18% of the reserve balance? Just again, to Mike D'Agostino's point about being able to make a decision, what's that 18% of?
When I use the 18%, I speak of total cost, right? Total cost of the plan that we're expecting. So if you're Easton, that 2.726.
So it's a forward-looking 18%, not a claims history 18%.
Correct.
Yep.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Brown and Brown? Seeing none, thank you, Rob and Jay, and we'll look forward to seeing those documents circulated electronically, as I'm sure we'll be referring to them in future budget negotiations.
If you can send that tonight, so I can get it out tonight.
Will do.
Thank you.
Hey, just before we go, I just wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to present to you. I know this is not the most exciting stuff, but it is important stuff. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is put numbers in front of you that do not give you a shortfall in your budgets so that nobody's losing their jobs over this. We take this very serious. It's a personal matter, and I'm sure many of the board members heard me say there's nothing more personal than your health care and your money. And that is something very important to my team, Jay, Sydney, who's on the call with us as well. We really do our best to protect you from the shortfalls. Okay, and thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob. This is helpful information for us all to kind of go back to the individual tables with.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
That brings us to item 4C on the agenda, Policy Committee Report. John?
I get all the fun. So I'm going to go quickly. So I hope everyone will sort of dial in. If people need to do some calisthenics first, I understand. I'll try not to be distracted. Okay. So a couple of items that we wanted to touch on. So first, just to give a quick overview of the strategic objectives that we're working towards. We are particularly focused, as we've been working through each one of the various series of policies in our weekly Friday meetings, looking at the four big pieces. I'll drill down on one of them, but the sort of for our cross-committee coordination, we've identified a need to connect with the Food Services Committee as well as transportation committees on a number of policies that are found in the 3000 series, and making sure that we're taking into account the sort of deep knowledge of those committees with relation to how things work and how things should work as we work on those policies and make recommendations to our various boards. The privacy and digital citizenship and technology, which I'll drill down on a little bit more in just a moment. The enumerated duties document. So what we've been doing is we've been going through each one of the policies is flagging anytime a document says the superintendent or the superintendent or their designee shall, flagging each one of those and compiling a document. And we're at the stage now where we think we have critical mass. Even though we have more policies to go through, we're going to take all of those things that in the policies, it says the superintendent shall or the superintendent or their designee shall, put them into one document that we can bring into sort of awareness for all of us and immediate use so that we understand all the things that we're supposed to be doing, have them all in one document. And I think in some ways can start to understand the sort of prioritization of that work because there's a crazy collection of work there. Finally, just sort of talking about the finalization of the overall process. So we have been focused on a process that's taking us through all of the series. We are looking at the sort of overall inventory of all the policies and bringing them back to the boards for recommendation. And we are eager to finish that work. We've been at this for a year, so actually more than a year at this point. Just a very brief drill down on two quick things. So the technology policies and governance piece of this. We've recently had a deep dive into Go Guardian, which is just one of dozens of pieces of software currently in use within our schools. Specifically, Go Guardian is a Google Chrome plugin that provides internet filtering and activity monitoring capabilities. And there are some legitimate concerns about personal privacy and the appropriate governance of the application and the data related to the application, the sensitivity of that data. It's an incredibly complex and important application to understand, but as I said, it's only one of dozens. Now, the policy committee was originally going to make a recommendation to consider the formation of a joint technology committee to dive deeper on this and sort of other related topics. However, given that we will be discussing the possibility of the creation of a director of digital learning, we think it would be wise to allow that conversation to take place first and then to conform our recommendation with the developments in that space. Finally, Title IX, the sort of brief summary here is after seeking advice of counsel, the policy committee will be reviewing the matter at our earliest opportunity. So that's it for the policy committee.
Any questions or comments from anybody with respect to John's report on that work? You're all welcome to join us at 9 o'clock any Friday morning. Randy?
You or John reached out to me regarding the transportation committee. I didn't hear back from you guys.
Yeah, I think the plan was to get through tonight first and then figure out how we were going to schedule that. The expectation being we'd have a more robust discussion, but at 10 o'clock, I don't think we're going to have much of a robust discussion about policy right now. So.
Right. So we'll circle back with that and make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's on the cross committee communication.
So this is Colleen. I just want to say a general shout out of gratitude to the committee because this is really important work. It's one of the major areas of focus for the boards, and it's so super important. And I really appreciate all the effort and energy that you guys are putting towards the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen.
If there are no other questions or comments, thank you, John. And we'll move on to 4D on the agenda, which is the Malone-McBroom enrollment analysis and enrollment projections, which is a topic for Clarence to introduce.
Good evening. The purpose of this is, as you all may recall, we've been using a vendor, Dr. Peter Prouder, for several years, if not decades, here in Eastern Reading. What I'm proposing is getting another view, a different set of eyes on our projection numbers. Dr. Prouder focuses his research on birth rates. We're looking to use Malone and McBroom because they focus on birth rates plus housing trends and demographics. They're currently engaged in the town of Reading in part of their planning, so they're familiar with the community. The point of us bringing this to you all to give you all sort of notification that we like to do this. It would not require any funds out of the individual budgets. We're going to pay for it out of the central office just to get us a different view. We just wanted to give you all some notification and an opportunity to speak up on it and give your piece. We've talked to the building leaders. They seem to be supportive, but we want to give you all a chance to opine on your views on it.
And this would be a transition away from Dr. Prouder going forward and towards MMI going forward.
Not conclusive. We just want to get a different set of eyes, and then we can compare the two. We can just make a decision having that different set. We're not saying we're moving away from Dr. Prouder, but not having the other thing to compare it to. You're sort of locked into that one perspective.
We also think that this first year, being able to have these two approaches really will help to give us really informed data, particularly with so many of the unknowns related to COVID. So we felt like this would be a good picture, and then that will help for us to frame what makes best sense going forward.
Mr. Chair, if I could, can I share my screen?
Yep, give me a moment.
So just to give you an idea of
Go ahead.
the difference here. So Dr. Prouder just focuses on, like I said, on birth rates. I ran home today before this meeting, and in my mail today, can you all see this? this is a flyer in my mailbox that I got today, and it's basically saying in the fourth quarter alone of 2020, there were 112 homes sold in Easton and Reading. So I don't even know what happened to third, second, or first quarter, but Dr. Prada's reports based on birth rates won't capture this sort of housing influx, where the Malone McBroom will get that sort of housing demographic change and regional planning changes about what maybe bring jobs in or not out. So that sort of information we don't have. So I just want to show that this is sort of the type of information that Malone and McBroom will look into: housing sales, planned development, any other economic development regarding jobs. They also look at birth rates. So that extra level of detail is what we're hoping to acquire.
And so you're looking for advice and feedback, not necessarily board action at this point.
No, like I say, it doesn't require any funds. We shared it with the building leaders. We want to give you notification, give you a chance to opine on it. We're not looking for any kind of board action at all.
Okay. Why don't we go with questions and comments in ER9 order again, starting with Easton.
Any questions in Easton?
Not me.
Mike's going to ask this question, but I'm going to beat him to it. How much does it cost?
We have a quote for $11,000 for all 3 districts. But like I said, it's been paying out of central office, so there's no effect to the individual school districts.
Oh, yes, it does.
My point is, it's in our budget. We're paying for it out of this year's budget.
Okay, very good.
Nobody from other comments from Easton onto Reading, Chris?
Yeah. Funny, Clarence, you brought up those numbers. I can tell you for Reading, the difference between closed sales in 2019 and 2020 is, I think, 127 in 2019 and something like 210. So it was nearly double in 2020. And the only reason I know that is because I happen to live with a realtor, and I said, could you give me those numbers? I'd just be interested. So I could tell from the fourth quarter, the fourth quarter, that if anything, the ratio was even higher in Easton, at least for that quarter. So you could expect, I would think, roughly a doubling for the Easton Reading combined. The other thing I'll just mention, and I always like to pull the age and experience card, is that from the very first year that I went on a board, which was 2007, we've been using Peter Prouda. And I have nothing against Peter Prouda, but every once in a while, you just need to get another set of eyes. So I'm totally in favor of that.
Any other questions or comments from Reading?
It's Colleen. I recall I have a terrible memory and I'm horrible with acronyms, but something that was like NASDAQ, like we would have Prouda and this other set of data. What was that?
Reading had NASDAQ for a number of years also.
Okay. So it's not like we're going to have 2 in that strategy. We're just going to have a new.
I don't think, from what Clarence said, that that's conclusive. I think it's we'll have 2 for this year and make a decision for next year based on the sort of triangulation from what we see this year.
Okay.
Quick comment. I do like to have 2 to compare, and I like when they use different methods to compute their predictions.
And I think I've seen MMI's work in surrounding districts, and it's robust in the deliverable, which is appreciated.
The chairman's point, what we're asking to do, they just completed in Westport, and they've been long-term in both Weston and New Canaan, I believe. So
they're in Ridgefield too.
Ridgefield. So they do a lot of Durgate districts. I've used both Dr. Prouda and Malone in previous districts. And I like the robustness that Chairman Parker's talking about. So that's just my 2 cents on it.
Any other comments, questions from Reading? Region 9? Mike?
So I have no issue with if we wanted to switch and go to Malone and McBroom next year. I have no issue with that. I don't see any value in getting another number at this point, as the budget will already be done before we're going to get any numbers that it's going to be of any use this year. As far as the Prouda numbers, again, we like to interject these things. We went a couple years with the NESDEC was more, gives you a better look and everything. And all I'm going to say is that the housing, the influx of housing sales started again last year as the pandemic set in. And in March it started, April, May, June, and Prouda's projections again are spot on. Okay, we're actually 3 students under what Prouda projected at Region 9. So the numbers are right on. So what I'm saying to you is I am absolutely in favor of moving forward. If we want to switch to Maloney McBroom, I have no issue doing that moving forward to change the way we look at it. But to spend $11,000 now for numbers that will have no use for us this year, just to get a better look, doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. And I would also say that, again, I am more a stickler for procedure. And when we say we're just going to take it out of the central office budget, it's coming from somewhere else, and we're transferring it out to buy something that we don't have in the budget. So we're doing something. It's not just as simple as saying it takes no board action, we're taking it out of the central office budget. It's coming from somewhere. And so if it's coming from somewhere, I do think that the board should, again, I don't know whether I'm saying we have to vote on it, but I do think the board should know where it's coming from. And it is not something that's just coming out of the central office budget. It's coming out of a line item that was appropriated for something else.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just so
Please.
you know, to Mike's point about Joe Barlow, we had to get a updated report from Dr. Prouder in December because the Joe Barlow team found 2 pages worth of corrections that they detailed single space about errors. So that was sort of the genesis, this whole idea about getting another look. So to Mike's point, he's right. The numbers he predicted was spot on in what he had, but it's these sort of errors that the team found that's giving them pause and saying, wait, let's make sure here.
Can you comment, Clarence, on when the turnaround time is for MMI, on when the report will be delivered?
Call me 4 to 6 weeks, and I've been feeding them data so we wouldn't lose time, but they can't obviously start doing anything until I tell them we have a go. So they've given me 4 to 6 weeks. Some of the prep stuff they've asked us for, we've already collected to sort of shorten down that time frame, but they told me 4 to 6 weeks. And I think the Reading may be a little easier given they've already done work for the town of Reading. So some of that stuff in Reading may have already been completed.
And I think also when you talk about enrollment projections, the key areas you're projecting are the lower grades where you don't have visibility into who's feeding in. And high school and upper grade projections are much easier because you have visibility into lower grades and can make reasonable expectations from them.
Yeah, projections aren't based on just a one-time use. You're looking forward to future years also. It's not just about using it for this budget. To me, I've used them like, okay, our planning purpose going forward, what are the trends going forward that we should think about for this budget or the next budget?
Right. No, that's valid, but I think the K to 8 number was also pretty much spot on. Yes.
Clarence, what's the approximate amount we're paying for Prouder now, just so we can get a comparison to Milan?
I'd have to look at that, Todd. I'm not certain. Like, he's been here so long, I don't know even what the contractual relationship is with Dr. Prouder, whether there's an existing. I just know he's just been here and he sends an invoice. We've paid it, but I can get that for you and send it to you.
Get a long-term customer discount. Yeah, if you could find that number, that would be helpful just to see if we're going to use 2, what we're going to be paying for the 2, or if we're going to replace it out.
Will do.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment. I'm not going to opine on the differences, but I will share with the other 2 boards that at the last Region 9 board meeting, we did also look at the ability for Prouda's study to project in the out years. So in other words, if we're looking at not just the current budget year, but subsequent years, and the Barlow team walked the Region 9 board through how that deviated over time, which obviously any long-term projection will do that. There will be less specificity and exact science, but it is helpful to other folks who had shared views here that to get a multiple view, particularly on a long-term basis. Again, barring none of us are held to it, we approve a 1-year budget at a time, but it is helpful to get that view so we can have a strategic plan in mind and have an idea of a rough estimate of what our resources may be in coming years. So I support just looking at more data points.
Be fair, I'm saying that I support it. I'm just saying that I don't see that there's a use for it this year because it's going to come too late. So.
Based on our discussions in Easton the other night, I think a 4 to 6 week timeline would be incredibly valuable. So I would be in favor of just moving this conversation forward if we're at that point.
I agree with that, Jenny. I think it's not as soon as we'd want it to be, Mike, but it's not before everything is totally finalized. And if it confirms some of the projections we have, especially for the sort of lower grades, it could significantly impact some decisions that we're making.
Certainly your choice. Can we discuss where the money's coming from?
Sure. We have a position here at the central office that is not currently filled, so I was going to take the funds out of that position since it's not filled for this year.
So the position we told the taxpayers we were going to put in, we're going to take the money and spend it on the enrollment projection.
All of it? No, you're taking a portion of it. Like I wasn't here when you made that promise about the position and you had a different superintendent. There's been a change of leadership and that leadership is evaluating that position. And since it's not filled at this point, we're going to use those funds for something we need at this point. That is my proposal.
And do we have plans for the rest of that money as well, or is the rest of that money going to stay?
We have some other plans that we think things we're trying to get done. So yes, not all of it, but
we'll talk about that money when we get to the budget discussion, as far as the plans for it going forward.
Okay.
Which is a brilliant segue, unless there's other comments. Maureen?
Chairman, that's
calling to know what the position was that was not filled.
Is the data analyst position.
Okay, thank you.
And that was a new position that was put into the budget school year for this fiscal year with a placeholder salary of $80,000.
So seeing no further comments on the MMI proposal, move on to central office budget 21-22. Dr. Harrison.
Mr. Chairman, before you go, so I need some guidance. Should I contact Malone and McBroom or not?
I mean, I think the overwhelming sentiment is to move forward. I don't see any wide-scale objections.
I want to make sure that I got that confirmation. Thank you.
Yep.
Chris, would you mind allowing me to share my screen?
Certainly. All set.
Thank you. So first, just want to say thank you for hanging in here. I know that it is a late meeting, and I appreciate your ability to kind of stay in and stay focused. So I want to just spend some time tonight talking through the overall central office budget. And, you know, I shared this theory of action with the other two board presentations that I've done so far. And I think it's just a good way to highlight just the thinking behind putting together a district budget, and then specifically tonight talking about a central office budget. And that is, if we employ responsible financial practices to develop transparent budgets, then we'll gain and increase the support of taxpayers to continue to offer valuable learning experiences and programs to our students. And just as a reminder, we've talked about this a lot, and I think it just bears repeating that everything that we're doing related to resource allocation in the 3 district budgets and also the central office budget is all tied to our mission and enduring goals and aspirations. You'll hear tonight some connections back to the mission, but also specifically these 3 areas: academic excellence, building a caring community, and cultivating future-ready learners. So before we jump into the meat of the dollars and cents, I do think that it is just important, with this being my first time presenting a central office budget, just to share my philosophy of the role of central office. And really the role of central office is to support schools and support our students. You know, we all know that as a school district, we are in the business of teaching and learning. And so the primary role of central office is to do exactly that, to support the teaching and learning that's happening in the building. And then of course, from the support services standpoint, to look at business and operations. So when I first started, part of my entry plan was to evaluate and get a sense of where we are as a district in a lot of areas. And one of those areas that was of primary concern for me was looking at our central office. So the function of our central office, the efficiency of our central office, and to identify some opportunities for us to make some immediate shifts and then shifts down the road. And I looked at that based on just my experience being in other districts. I think that coming from a large district, there's some really good thinking that you can apply when looking at how to best use resources at the central office level in a smaller district. I base a lot of the thinking around, of course, around good education research. There's not a ton of research about the best model for central office, but there are some really good kind of big meta research studies focused on this role of central office and qualities of a good central office and its positive impact on school district or on schools, and specifically on student outcomes. So the Broad Foundation, which does incredible work looking at education research and best practices across the country, talks about how central office, that we want to encourage the highest level of performance and allow the district to allow the district to achieve its goals as defined in the mission statement. So again, as a central office, and I apologize for the typo, as a central office, we really want to keep reaching back to the mission statement, those 3 aspirational goals, and think about how our work on a daily basis and collectively is really moving towards that direction. Council for Great City Schools did an analysis of high quality districts or high performing districts and looking at quality specifically of their central office. They said that the things to shoot for is clear and open communication, commitment to instructional performance and achievement, and a clear district-wide vision, which are things that we are looking towards, and then also things in my evaluation and analysis during the entry period that I was looking to see what are the systems for opening communication, how are we communicating that district-wide vision, and then how are we allocating our people resources, time and energy and money to instructional performance and achievement. And the last is from the Wallace Foundation. And they pulled from this study 2 really big areas around central office organization. And really this is fully kind of acknowledging the role of central office as a support for schools. So including human resources, finance, curriculum, and instruction, that the goal is to function cohesively to support principals and school leadership teams, and beyond that, that is supporting them as they support their teachers and students. They also say that highly supportive districts reported tearing down the walls, separating different district functions and involving everyone, including business administrators, in the fundamental business of educating students. And so we've started that process. We have our weekly cabinet meetings. It's great to have Stephanie at the table, Dr. Pearson-Ugel, really representing the curriculum and instruction side, but then also having Mr. Zachary at the table as well, talking about the resource allocation and including that business piece into the overall teaching and learning discussion. So we look at these 2 big areas, instructional services and support services. And so I just want to lay out our current central office structure. So as a reminder, I think that we all know this, we have 12 members of the central office team. The org chart just shows the superintendent and the work with the boards of education. And then my three sort of direct reports in central office are the assistant superintendent, human resource manager, director of finance and operations. And then I've sort of laid out that work. You see I color coded a little bit just to show the differences between where our focus for instructional services or teaching and learning is from a people standpoint, and where that support services with business and operations. So you can see that that when it comes to our work, even though teaching and learning is the heavy lift, that's our primary responsibility as a district or as a tri-district, we are more heavily focused at the central office level around business and operations. And that's not a bad thing, but it just is, I put this here so that we can have a real good sense of how the responsibilities are divided. One of the tasks that I did upon my arrival, and I involved our central office administrators in the discussion, was to do a functional org chart assessment. And so rather than looking at people, taking all of the functions that has to happen with a school district central office, laying them out, and we engaged in this activity where we moved these pieces around to see how are we grouping together these roles and these responsibilities and these tasks in ways that really make sense and make meaningful, that could come together to make meaningful change. A couple of things that we did just as far as Director of Finance and Operations. So knowing that that we would be transitioning to a new finance director, one of the things that I felt was really important was to make sure that we secured someone who had some project management experience. That was something that was really important for us going forward, and also the experience of being able to identify and implement efficiencies and strategies to be more efficient in our use of money, and then also in our use of people and resources. And so that's one of the pieces that I've tasked Clarence with, and we've talked about that a lot. And so I think it's important here, just in thinking about these 12 people who we have in central office, when it comes to the instructional work, 2 of us have been are certified educators from the standpoint of having classroom and building level leadership experience. And so, I know that is a point that everyone probably already knows, but it bears repeating because it's just a reminder that that when it comes to the teaching and learning, we are the teaching and learning work that we're supporting as a central office, we are short-staffed, in my opinion. That was one of the reasons why coming in, I had lots of conversations with our current administrators at central office and also at the building level, and had some great discussion about the position that was previously approved in this current year's budget of a data analyst. And while that position would be fantastic in moving forward a lot of the data and analysis work, that would be helpful on the instructional services side and also the support services side. I felt like if we are adding an additional FTE at the central office level, I think that we would get more bang for our buck, bringing in someone with the education certification who could add to the teaching and learning heavy lift that Dr. Pearson-Ugal is responsible for, of course, and with me working with that as well as the superintendent. And then with that, then looking for, are there ways to automate some of the data analysis work that we were looking for that person to do? Are there some other approaches to that would make a little bit more sense in the grand scheme? And so it's already been mentioned tonight that one of the recommendations in or proposals in this new fiscal year 22 budget is the inclusion of a director of technology and digital learning. And that would be a second person. This would be a certified position, a second person focusing on the teaching and learning component, but specifically around technology and digital learning, offering the direct support to schools. I think that that we have some great resources at the school related to technology and digital learning integration. But I think that there's a benefit to having leadership coming from the central office level to support that work, to create long-term plans, and to have a really clear and cohesive approach to personalized learning and using technology to get at that. And so you can see how that role, that person would work closely with Dr. Pearson-Ugal with curriculum and instruction in really developing and implementing a vision for us going forward as it relates to student learning. While I think we have some great resources in the district, I do think that this would be an opportunity for us to reach beyond our borders in Easton and Reading and recruit talent from other places so that we could increase the amount of experience that we have and really get the most bang for our buck when it comes to innovation and technology integration. So this Director of Digital Learning and Technology would support all three districts. There'd be sort of some big pieces of their work around professional learning and coaching support. So you'll remember earlier this year when we talked about some of our challenges in professional learning work that we wanted to do with our teachers related to technical improvement, skill building, and then moving towards that authentic learning, that this would be a person who would lead that work and really lay out a vision for us. And then also really focusing on technology integration in the classroom with a focus on personalized learning. We've talked before about the SAMR model and kind of moving teachers and students through this progression of technology integration. So it's not just about replacing or substituting paper for a device, but really rethinking the approach to how technology is used, but then also how learning is reshaped. So one of the, I have found, having led this personalized learning work in other districts and in a significantly large district, that a lot of times people think that personalized learning is really only about technology. Technology is useful to facilitate that work, but really personalized learning is a real shift to a much more student-centered approach where there's a greater student ownership, greater student voice, and then having someone to lead that in coordination with Dr. Pearson-Ugal doing the work around curriculum and instruction to connect to that. I think that we would be able to see a real significant growth in our ability to prepare our students for a world after graduation, that they would be able to be competitive and that we'd be preparing them for jobs that may not even exist right now. And so really technology is not just about the device, but it's really about the shift in thinking. I think that there are some really great opportunities that this position could help lead for us as a district. We've heard lots of discussion in the community, and I heard this when I was doing my listening tour as part of my entry plan, that there's a real need for more focus on STEM, so that we want to increase opportunities that our students have around science, technology, engineering, and math. More focus on coding, where we know that those things, all of those things are happening in pockets in our schools. We feel like with leadership support and direction that we could really move that work forward. Dr. Pearson-Hugo has been working with our Tri-District Technology Advisory Committee, and they use the standards from from ISTE, from International Society for Technology and Education. That's that centerpiece. They dug into those standards. There are standards that exist for students, educators, and leaders. These standards were recently adopted by the state of Connecticut around technology instruction and integration. And it's really a focus that to get the most bang for your buck with student outcomes, that you really have to go in and do the work with students, with leaders, and then also with that classroom support. And while we have great folks at the building level, it's so important to have that leadership to guide that work as well. So I want to just take an opportunity and allow Stephanie to talk us through the discussions that she had with the Tech Advisory Committee.
Thank you. So when I think about what might be possible with a director of digital learning, I'm actually not thinking about technology. I'm thinking about authentic learning and the transfer of knowledge and skills that could occur using effective technology integration as the vehicle. So when we consider our work to purposefully use technology so that students can acquire knowledge, acquire skills, collaborate with one another, and build communities of different kinds, it's all with a goal so that when they leave the walls of our 5 schools, they have the ability to transfer that understanding to better understand the world around them and be good problem solvers and thinkers and collaborators. So when we talk about this, and it sounds so odd, we're talking about technology and a very important leadership role in technology, but technology itself is not the goal. Technology is the vehicle. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking through the different roles that are so important. And this is really referencing the ISTE standards. So thinking about students, teachers, coaches in different forms, and educational leaders. And you can see all of the very important roles here. And then I'd like to spend a few minutes going back to our ABC statements, because those will stay true in our work to integrate technology. So first, the A for academic excellence. When we consider our goals with a director of digital learning, the human capital aspect of this, those who are involved in the work, would include a director of digital learning and technology, possibly individuals who serve in the role of tech integrators or coach, not necessarily as new positions, but as some type of a leadership role that staff members might be interested in pursuing. Library and media specialists, of course, play a very critical role in this work. And then the technology hardware. There's been a great deal of talk about one-to-one. Are we a one-to-one school merely because of the existence of additional hardware that's been acquired this year? And while we might have enough hardware in some places to be considered one-to-one, we have yet to really create a clear strategic goal around what it means to be a one-to-one teaching and learning environment. And so before we can say that this is something that we desire or this is something that we plan to pursue, we really need to get clear on what we want to achieve in that type of a teaching and learning world. It's not just about the hardware, but of course the hardware is a part of it. And then into the software, and obviously there's just a tremendous array of software that is produced and and changed and curated every day in this educational year in particular. And frankly, we just need knowledgeable leadership in this area in order to continue to pursue this work. Now, some of this is happening. We are so fortunate to have a number of individuals in all 5 buildings, either by the specific role that they hold or by just an individual staff member's interest and capacity in the area of technology that's allowing innovative use of software. But it's not strategic in nature. It's not systemic. And that's really what we desire. Obviously, there's a great deal of training in PD that would be necessary in this area. And this is all aimed in the bucket of the academic excellence.
And just as a note to add to that before we go on to the next slide, one of the things that that I hear Dr. Pearson-Ugal say often, and it really struck me the first time that I heard her say it early this fall, was she talked about assured experiences across all districts. And I think that we have done some work, and she's really focused on building in those assured experiences as part of the curriculum. But we know that we don't have assured experiences from school to school or from classroom to classroom when it comes to innovation and technology. And a lot of that is not teachers' unwillingness. What we saw since last spring was that teachers are willing to try new things and have really stretched themselves. And this particular year with COVID, we've been put in a position where we had to really spend a lot of time being very intentional about doing this work with teachers. We felt like, if one student gets some great coding experiences, we don't want that to just be because who that student happened to have as a teacher, but that we could make sure that those things are happening in a really cohesive and strategic manner across all schools, and really think about it as a trajectory from what this looks like, what those standards look like for our kindergarten students, all the way through our Barlow seniors, and really connecting it to what's our vision for a Barlow graduate and what's our vision for an 8th grade student in Easton and Reading, and really having this director lead that work.
Next has to do with building a caring community. And we have certainly seen how technology has forced us to create communities of a whole different kind this year. And really with tremendous gratitude to our teachers, our students, and our families for the work that everyone has invested into creating a classroom environments of a very different nature this year. And so when we think about how our technology goals connect to building a caring community, we're talking about how our effective use of tech integration can personalize learning. And that is in so many different ways through the teacher's ability to structure experiences for students with good technology integration so that it's more targeted to students' individual needs. The second piece is especially important, and when we're thinking about the SAMR model, it's one of those areas that simply would not be possible without technology, and that has to do with global communities. And we were certainly thinking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So using technology effectively allows teachers to create communities that might include students from across the world. They also provide us an opportunity for students to feel connected and included in groups that might not be well represented in our 2 towns, which is really sort of an incredible thing, so that our students could feel more connected to others who share a common identity, a common experience, and that could be fostered, again, with the appropriate leadership and direction, and again, the use of technology. And of course, there's technology hardware that is connected to this. We have to be able to provide the access. We have to have the devices in order for this to occur. And you can see the other connections. We certainly also have an obligation to continue to build our digital citizenship curriculum. This already exists, but certainly with each year, even each month, we need to change how we are teaching students to navigate in a world that is exciting in many ways, but also has its risks. And finally, cultivating future-ready learners, and this is the piece that, of course, is so obvious with technology use. How to help students so that they can be the creators and not just the consumers of technology, so that they are innovating, so that they are creating products as opposed to replicating products, so that the teacher lecture is not something that they are simply copying in a written assignment, but that they are designing the products for authentic audiences based on the teacher's prompting, and the technology is certainly a part of that. But it's not really the technology in this case. I'm really talking about the technology leadership. It's having that systemic approach, it's having clear goals, and it's having, as Dr. Harrison mentioned a moment ago, the idea of the assured experiences that are necessary at all three levels in order for students to build that foundation, so that when they leave us upon graduation at Barlow, they're ready to apply those skills to real life problems, to real life work environments, to real life collegiate experiences, and know that they have been well served in their time in ER9.
So essentially, that position, this Director of Technology and Digital Learning, is one of the major drivers of the 21-22 central office budget. So you'll see a total projected increase of $138,354, which is equal to just over $46,000 of an increase for each of the districts. In addition to to that major driver, of course, the Director of Technology, and I think I said this, but just as a reminder that we would eliminate the placeholder position for data analysts and apply that $80,000 toward this 160. We do see this 160. We were able to do some looking at some surrounding districts and pay, and we felt like 160 would be all in, so that would be able to cover salary and benefits. But in addition to that major driver, we're also looking at increases related to professional services, and I'll have Clarence talk us through some of that in just a moment, just some of the ways that we're looking at trying to automatize some of the central office functions to help become more efficient, and just looking at some salary increases or some cost increases there. As far as salary assumptions, the recommendations are 2% raises, 2% increases for each of the three administrative positions, the 4% for HR manager, and 2.5% for our support staff, which is in line with where we are with our district support staff for this current school year. So digging in a little bit deeper into this budget detail, I just think it's important to get a sense of where we are and how the money is allocated. So you see these sort of larger, broader budget categories. So salaries, benefits, professional services purchase property services, other purchase services, supplies, equipment and software, dues and fees. Obviously, salaries and benefits, those are exactly what we think that they are. Clarence, if you'll just walk us through professional services, and if you'll just go through and kind of share the pieces that are included in that.
Sure. Just for those who were involved, I guess, in my hiring process, you may recall I talked about some efficiencies I'd hope to bring that relies on technology. So these, I've got some things, some sort of placeholder numbers put in professional services that would allow me the resources to go to address some of these issues. For instance, one item would be looking at as a facilities maintenance tracking platform. Right now, when maintenance occurs in individual buildings and individual districts, it's sort of all by paper and by hand. There's no idea about what's going on. Another example is I talked about energy consultants who would help us reduce our energy rates, but you have to engage them. So that would be a professional service. Another would be a financial transparency platform. I think I showed this on the board chairs, the ongoing costs for that. Also some IT infrastructure things regarding security that we don't really, since we don't have a director of facilities and IT director, some of these things that they would normally do, I'm trying to find a way to outsource it so we can get it and be efficient in our usage. Another example would be right now in our HR system, we have attendance that's digitized, but time is not. We're still filling out paper forms. There's a way to digitize that. And I don't know if you can see the back of my office. We've seen it like paper around here. So I'm trying to get to the point where we have digital forms and digital processes, but all that requires some funding. So I haven't gotten the pricing on that. So I put those numbers as estimates based on some verbal conversations as placeholders. So I can go into more detail about the various options. I don't think I can get it all done with that amount, but I have to sort of prioritize based on the numbers I get from the vendors about what it may cost. And I would add this, doing this investment allow us to avoid having the ongoing cost of a director of facilities, director of IT, and the benefits. It's sort of you're outsourcing some of those bits, so that way our team here can handle it by using the technology as a backbone.
And one of the things that we've talked about in all three of the budget development processes, and then also central office as well, is, are there opportunities for cost avoidance? And so if we know that there's some costs coming down the pike, are there opportunities for us to avoid some of those increased costs now by potentially investing a little bit more money? And so I think some of that is reflected in the professional services that Clarence just mentioned. Clarence, would you just give an overview of what's included in the purchase property services as well?
Hold on one second, let me pull it up. Bear with me 1 second.
Thanks.
Okay, in the purchase property services, we've got our maintenance contracts. The biggest part of that is our rent for the building, to be honest with you, and the Xerox leases. So $94,000 is the rent for the building, and $18,000 is the copiers we lease here. Sorry, copy lease and office machine contract. So that's what the main thing there is a rent is the biggest part of that, $94,000.
And I wanted to just give you sort of an overview of how much of the total central office budget is allocated to each of those areas. And so then looking at those areas, I just wanted to break out where we see the increases in each of the items. So the first is you'll see a $104,000 increase in salaries, and that of course is primarily related to the increase of the Director of Technology and Digital Learning position, and then also the contractual salary increases with our administrators and also our central office support staff. Clarence just talked about the professional services, and you see the increase there. And then that brings us all the way to the bottom with the $138,000 increase, which is 7.2% increase in comparison to last year.
If I might, Dr. Harrison, before someone asked me what the percentage would be without the Director of Digital Services, 3%. So I know I have a suspicion someone might ask, so it's 3% without the additional Director of Digital Learning.
And with that, I'd like to open it up for any questions.
I got one. Can I get a clarification, Clarence? The 160,000 for the new position. I thought I saw something and was given to understand that that was the fully loaded cost as opposed to just the salary. Is that right?
Sorry, I was on mute. That is original thought was going to be 160 for salary. After doing some research, we concluded that we can do 160 all in. So that'd be salary and benefits. That's what Dr. Harrison.
Okay, so the follow-up would be that the other benefit line does not reflect that.
Correct, because we just left it all in salary. So yes, so that 160.
Okay. All right.
Because Chris, originally we were thinking 160 was the salary only, and then we did the research. Instead of me planning, I just kept it there, so keep it simple.
Gotcha. Okay. So all right. As long as you're either not undercounting or double counting. Okay.
Agreed. That's why I kept it that way. Keep it consistent.
Yeah.
Why don't we take questions or comments by either raising your hand in the participant window? I saw Gwen, and if other folks could just sort of indicate, we can get a queue going. Gwen, go ahead.
It's just a quick one. When we're saying it would be 3% without the Director of Digital Learning, is that putting the placeholder back in for the data analyst in that situation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Questions, comments, motions? Mike?
So just for clarification here, whenever you want to add a new position that's going to be shared by all three boards, I believe that position has to be voted on separately outside of including it in the budget. That's just a formality that we have always used because, again, when you get to the budget, we get into this mechanism, wonky kind of agreement that's not written down, but has been abided by for years. But whenever there's a new position, that should be voted on separately by all three boards.
Jenny?
I just wanted to thank Dr. Harrison and Clarence and Stephanie for this really thoughtful plan about technology leadership. I think it's been a long time in coming. It's been discussed before, but I don't think it's been discussed and presented with the kind of clarity that we've seen, at least in our Easton board, and then also tonight. And I can only speak for myself, and I'm absolutely in favor of moving this forward. I think Stephanie's position, while she does a phenomenal job of managing our K-12 curriculum, to keep moving forward without some sort of specific support in this area would just almost be irresponsible at this point. I mean, I understand it's a big expense. I understand we need to consider the finances of it, but if we compare our central office structure in this area to other schools in the district, I mean, we are extremely behind the times. And I think to respond to the kinds of educational demands and needs that our students need to be prepared for, that this position is imperative. And I think it's a very wise move to begin with this. I'm not a fan of top-heavy structure, but I don't think it makes sense to start putting technology leadership in place at the building level or at the grade level until we have someone in this position who's really taking a broad sweeping view and can help us make strategic and financially sound decisions about additional staff and resources across the two towns.
Todd?
I gotta make sure I'm off mute here. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. The budget that was sent across earlier in the email in line 111 superintendent salary, is that still accurate? Because it looks like it's a 0.2% increase instead of a 2% increase. So I don't know if those numbers have changed.
You have an issue here in that this year's budget reflects what you approved for the former superintendent. There's a recommendation to improve the current superintendent by 2%. The currently approved budget that you approved for this year, plus that gives you that less than 2%. So for Rydell, it would be a 2% increase, but for the budget purposes, it's less than 2% because what you'd already approved in the budget for Tom was basically where you're recommending Rydell get. So it's not, the 2% is for the current superintendent, but the actual budget, it's a smaller increase because what you had approved for this year's budget for the former superintendent was higher than what the current superintendent, so that increase ends up being less. So it looks odd, but for Rydell, it is a 2% increase, but for the budget, it's not.
Okay, just make sure we're clear with that, because I'm sure we'll get questions from the town finance boards. My other question, why don't we need the data analyst, data operations person that we put in last year? I thought we all argued for it, and now we're saying we don't need it.
So Todd, I mean, I asked.
I know it was before your time, but
yeah.
I'm just curious. I mean, everybody approved it last year. We never funded it. We've been using the salary to fund other things on a central office, which I have an issue with, but we'll hold that for separately. But I don't understand why we don't need this other person anymore, this data operations person.
I'd love to take one, Todd, if you're willing to give us both. But I think
no, I'm just curious. What's the philosophical change? Because we were all adamant we needed data, and it doesn't sound like this person's going to be a data person.
So Todd, I'll give you my perspective coming in brand new. So I felt like while the data analyst would be helpful, I felt like having another educator at the table who's has classroom experience and building leadership experience to lead and set a vision for help set a vision for the district. I felt like that would be more a more impactful use of that money. So you know, when I look at central office structures and sort of analyze what are the structures that are in place that need to be in place for to really move work forward. I don't see, from my experience and from my perspective, I don't see data analysts being as impactful as having that technology leadership focus.
Okay, all right. So I just wanted to be clear because I didn't see that in the description for this person. So we don't plan on them doing data analysis work for us. It's more of an education and IT coordination type role, if I'm understanding
Correct.
the description.
Now I think that with a strong hire, I think that they could bring skills to us with experience that they have with automating some of the data analysis and the sort of mining of data and presenting that. I mean, I think that there are some efficiencies that you could bring. I've had some experiences with some companies that have done really good work. Some of them are hugely expensive, and so it wouldn't be cost effective. But I think that if we hire well, we could get at some of those skills without having to have a designated person just doing that work.
Todd, if I might, as some of you may know, I have a code writer that helps me mine data out of our financial system. If you guys tell me what kind of data you're looking for, he can easily do the same thing, and he's very reasonably costed. It's not a FTE, so I don't know what kind of data you were hoping to grab, but if it's in a database, he can write code to pull it out. So if someone gave me some guidelines on what you're looking for, that can be easily done. But I don't know when you had the discussion last.
That would be great for a future conversation, because we were looking at it more than just financials. We were looking at test scores and state information and doing lots of different kinds of analysis and reporting.
Okay,
not
so
just
right
on
now
financials.
I have him engaged to do both finance and enrollment data out of PowerSchool. Those are the two things I've tasked him with already. If there's additional stuff, we just got to tell him what we need and give him access. He can write the code, so it's automated instead of a person dedicated doing that's their only job. I think to Dr. Harrison's point, he wanted someone that has more direct impact of what's going in the classroom versus adding someone else that's still on my side of the table. Though I think we're still understaffed, I get the impact of the kids is much more important.
Okay, and then one more question, then I'll yield to someone else. But why wouldn't we put this person underneath Dr. Pearson-Ugal and get somebody at a lower cost as opposed to putting them at the cabinet level?
Yeah, that's a great question, Todd. And actually, as I was working on the org chart, so I played around with that. I don't know that it would save us a ton of money. And I want to be able to hit the sweet spot where we could have somebody who doesn't just have the technology skill, but has the leadership background as well. So, you know, I mean, I wanted to price it so to have it at a level where it could be someone who is coming out of an assistant principal role, or you know, having served as in a department chair capacity, where they're coming in with some leadership skills.
Todd, to your point, in reference to sort of governance, they could be on the cabinet and still be subordinate to Dr. Pearson-Ugal. So just, I don't forget what the chart said, but they could actually be in the cabinet, because our cabinet right now includes people that are in the buildings, because we need all those viewpoints. So I don't think you should get caught up in what the sort of diagram.
I was just looking, if they're at that top level, they're at a top salary versus putting them underneath and bringing in somebody a little lower price point. I'm not in total objection to the role, but the price point gives me pause.
I think a lower price point gets you into high-level certified teacher. You sort of crossing streams too. But Maureen and then Karen.
My questions were really very tiered to Todd's. I wanted to understand why you came up with this salary rate for this role. And I also wanted to understand what you saw as the job description, particularly for that salary rate. So I'm really driving at the same points that Todd is. You know, how can you get this kind of role filled and not give us pause with the salary rate that you're asking for?
Yeah, you know, so Maureen, I think that if here's the way that I look at it. There is doing the work, and then there's leading the work. So we want someone who could come in and do the work, but we also want someone who could come in and lead. So we have some great things happening in the buildings, and that's something that I don't want to discount by proposing this position. We have great resources in the building. We really need all of those people to come together under one vision and direction. And so, you know, I mean, I think that we could be really strategic with trying to find the right person to hire, and really trying to find that perfect price point. But I think that if we get further down into, I don't necessarily want someone who's just coming from the classroom. And so part of the price point that we looked at was looking at surrounding districts to look at where their directors are, and just trying to make it competitive, thinking about being able to recruit the right person.
Karen and then Randy. I'm sorry, Maureen, did you want to follow up quickly?
I did have a brief follow-up. So if you were describing your ideal candidate for this job, how would you answer that question? What does the ideal candidate look like?
I'm trying to think how to describe it. So I actually have like the perfect person in mind. She just happens to be 600 miles away, and I don't think that she'll move to Connecticut. So ideally for me, it is a person who has done a leadership program. So either completed an O92 or is working on an O92. They have some building level of leadership, whether that is having been a principal, assistant principal, or even a department chair, because I think that those positions give you some relevant experience around change leadership. Obviously, there is a specific certification that Connecticut has for technology directors. And I would want somebody who is, when I was recently talking to someone about sort of the experience level that we would like to see for this position. I actually think that someone who is recently finishing up a program focused on technology would be a great candidate, because they're coming with the sort of latest skills and strategies for how to move this work forward. So those are some of the big pieces.
Thank you.
Karen, then Randy.
Actually, when you were speaking about the position before and you mentioned like an assistant principal, it's always been in the towns overall for a long time. Technology has been pretty lacking in our experience as, you know, schools individually and as a whole. And honestly, I see an administrator in that role. I mean, I might be wrong, but I don't think that technology is an assistant principal's main forte. And I think that more of a strength in that aspect of it would be more helpful. I mean, somebody younger, maybe somebody who's not got as much of the leadership experience, but who has more of the technological and the sort of a little bit of the educational background, so as to be able to mix it. There's actually, I think up at Yale, there's an actual major that is education technology background. I don't know, that's just my opinion, but I just see it like if we kind of go the same route we were going, then it's not going to be what we're all hoping that it will be.
Randy?
I don't know. I haven't been sold on it yet. I'm guessing we're deficient in this area, but I haven't heard how specifically. And so for me, it comes down to a couple of different things. It's the identified need that somebody makes a case tonight or in another night that, you know, we really sort of can't live without this. What happens if we don't? And anecdotally, you know, kids staring at more iPads or Chromebooks or whatever in the course of the day doesn't appeal to me. And that's probably not what we're talking about, I hope. But then just as it relates to Easton, you know, we met last night, we're looking at a 6% plus budget. This adds, you know, if it's 138,000, it's 45 or so thousand to Easton that is baked tonight, so to speak. And we got to go find some savings when we go back to our budget. So I think everybody knows that on the Easton board and probably the Reading board, but so for me, I go back to the beginning, which is the clear identified needs that we sort of can't live without, because I think that's the main driver for me.
So Randy, one way to address that is, so in some of our conversations with administrators, with our principals, and talking about how far our students have come with their own technology capacity since the beginning of this school year, or even since the spring. And anecdotally, I remember one of our elementary principals sharing that prior to this year, her students didn't necessarily know how to log in to a computer. Now, that's not because that's not because it's not important, but we haven't sort of built that in. A big part of where education is going is around student-centered learning and personalized learning. And really, it is technology that helps to focus that direction. I mentioned earlier, we still do, we do have students doing some coding. I understand that when that happens, it could be part of a before school program or after school program. It's not built into the day-to-day work of our students. I think that this is an area to lead that work. It is, when you talk about innovation and thinking outside the box, we are in many ways a little bit stuck. And I think that this would be an opportunity to jumpstart that direction. So to answer the second part of your question, what if we don't do it? We'll keep chugging along. And, I think Stephanie has spent a lot of time this year, and I'm sure in previous years, but I'm sure this year more than others, really working to pull people along with the technology. And as much as possible, we've been borrowing resources from one district to the other to share. And if that's our focus, sort of cobbling together a direction with relationship to a focus on technology and digital learning integration, then what are we not keeping our eye on? I think that's the hard question that we would have to answer.
Devin, then Mary Lee, then Cheryl.
Yeah, so I think one of the things,
Devin, you're breaking up.
And, makes me kind of very supportive of a role like this is just this idea of strategic visioning.
Devin, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I'm having lots of tech issues. Is that better? Yeah. It's just this idea of strategic visioning. What I've seen, still no?
Better. Devin, do you want to try dialing in again, and we'll go to Mary Lee? I know you're on your phone before. Go ahead, Mary Lee.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions about this position. I did notice in Wilton, they actually have this position divided up into two. Ironically, I taught with one of the people ages ago, but would this position, could this person be in the classroom at all and help teach, or is this strictly coaching teachers and other leaders, maybe, library media specialists? And because I could see great value in, if you could have this person teach a class, because we know that, yeah, kids know how to use computers, but there's so much that they don't know how to use. So that's, just a kind of question about, where it's all going to fit in. And if we're asking this person to have teaching experience, it'd be great to get them back in the classroom too.
Yeah, so rather than them being in the classroom themselves, I would like to see them working with teachers, and then particularly in the places where we have, like in Reading, we have the stick. At the high school, we have Chris Angel, who's doing a lot of focus on integration. I would like to see this person working with those folks and helping to guide them through that coaching piece. In when I worked in another district where we very successfully, so I had one experience where we did a one-to-one rollout with tablets, and it was a hot mess. Just at the district level, it was not as well planned as it needed to be. And one of the pieces that was missing was that the leadership component hadn't been in place to really lay out a clear vision with that strategic visioning. Then I went to another district and I saw this done really well, launched a huge one-to-one initiative, really focused on personalized learning. We focused on personalized learning for students and for professional learning for teachers. And so there was clear support at the district level. And then in each of the buildings, there was also like a digital integration coach that was working with teachers. So, I mean, look, I'm not proposing that, but I think that being able to find those key people in each of the buildings to work with, whether it's the media specialists or the STIC, or just teachers who are naturally doing some of this work, really coaching them through, it's a way to really move the initiative at a more strategic pace. I think that if we were to hire someone and they spent time in the classroom, again, we would ensure that whoever the kids were in that classroom had a great experience. But unless there's a strategic plan to have it consistent from school to school and class to class, we'll be sort of in the same place.
We've done a cost comparison to know that this is, what we're going to need to ask for. I mean, to be able to offer to get this kind of certified teacher / leader.
Yes, I mean, so as we compare to some other districts, I feel confident that we could, that we'll be able to find someone.
Okay. And can I just ask 2 more quick questions as we're on this? This is separate from this. We have an increase in the Power School Phoenix ETS line of it double from 2021 to 2021-22.
Yes, that's what I was discussing earlier about the.
I'm sorry. Not that you're boring. Sorry, Clarence. Didn't mean. No offense.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
All set, Mary Lee?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's try Devin again.
Okay, can you hear me
There we
now?
go.
Awesome. Sorry about that. I was just gonna, talk in support of the position, the director of technology position. What I'm hearing is this is a strategic leader who can come in, create a vision for what technology looks like at different buildings and different grades, like look at what is working, but bring in an actual plan that I think does not exist right now in a comprehensive and cohesive way. And that is partially embedding that in curriculum, or getting ready to invest in a brand new curriculum that has a technology component. And, I think right there you have if we had somebody at the building level working right with Stephanie, working with the math team, like understanding how to embed that into the work that our teachers do and how to communicate with families, right there, that's a value add to me that just makes a lot of sense. But then you start to think about 21st century skills our kids need to be successful, things like coding and STEM and STEAM, robotics. But also technology, again, also gives us a way as a set of districts to access tools, resources, much less expensively, right? Kids can go and do things virtually that they can't actually do in person. We just don't have the financial resources to do some of those things. We've cut lots of programs in the past. And I think, it could also give us ways to do things less expensively, but more dynamically for our kids. And also, I don't think it's necessarily tons more screen time always. Sometimes it's connecting them to resources, and kids, again, get that personalized learning where they're able to access things that are best for them. And then finally, I'll just say in terms of assessment, the ability to adaptively assess kids. I mean, that's where the market is right now, knowing where kids are, being able to pinpoint what they're able to do. You can only do that on a computer, but you have to have a tech lead who's able to, again, cohesively think about how to do that across the district. And I think the more you have somebody who's responsible for that. There's accountability there that is just currently not there, not because nobody wants to do it, but because every building is doing it differently. So I think when you have a leader there, there's accountability, and it just, to me, makes so much sense and would move our district forward, our set of districts forward in a really good way.
Thank you, Devin. Cheryl?
I agree with Devin's comments with respect to just accountability and also change management, which Rydell mentioned earlier. Wherever there's any kind of change, regardless of whether or not a workforce may be resistant to it or supportive of it, once you introduce something, it's always helpful to have a leader with a vision that's aligning in our case, all of the 5 buildings. So I definitely support that aspect of it. Just to have a couple questions that follow along the lines with many of my Region 9 colleagues in terms of just understanding the actual impact to the student and over what time we expect that positive impact to be achieved, right? So I'm hearing that perhaps this could be a path to differentiated learning. Perhaps it will, but we can't necessarily say at this point this position would result in differentiated learning across all 5 buildings. So I guess to that point, where would we start in each of the buildings? Is it by topic? Is it by subject matter experts? Certainly this one person can probably build a strategy, but I'm more concerned about once that strategy is built, what's the execution and how do we measure that strategy is being executed appropriately, i.e. via, in the results of differentiated learning. I don't know if anyone can comment on that.
Yeah, Cheryl, that's a really good question. So, I think that the approach to it would be bring a person on board. I mean, obviously, it's similar to the way that I came in, kind of looking at all the pieces and assessing. I mean, so I think that would be a really big piece of the first deliverable, right? Like being able to lay out where we are and then really getting a clear picture of so where do we want to be when it comes to technology integration. I think that some of the early deliverables would be really focused on professional learning. And so we talked about with professional learning early in the fall, skill development, which is different than really making the meaningful changes to the approach to teaching and learning. So I think that there'd be some early professional learning that would be a focus. And then really being able to lay out a 3-year plan for developing goals for integration and then laying that piece out. I think the other big piece though is the work related to the sort of the IT part of it. And so developing a clear refresh cycle for our devices, having a really clear plan for paying for the cost and thinking really strategically about accessing resources to support the device purchases or software, whatever that is, and then really trying to pare us down and be really efficient. So one of the things that I experienced really quickly with having a really strong tech director is they were able to go in, assess all of the sort of subscriptions that we have. And right off the bat, there was so much duplication of services between subscriptions because no one person is looking at all of them, that it really, we were able to become more efficient. And with less, you end up doing more because you could provide more support on the training and the implementation.
So just a follow-up question to that, that's very helpful. So could there be some expected savings, not just in the technology, which that's pretty obvious, right? So if you're looking at a bulk spend or even the Zoom licenses, I know each of the buildings did it independently, right? And we start, some started with Google. So I would see the cost savings make sense, but do you think we might get some savings in professional development costs, particularly where we might have, the days that are the same across all 5 schools, or even if we have, Barlow's different from Helen Keller, for example, could this director be the PD so that we don't have to pay an outside vendor to provide PD and technology?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that would be a huge savings right there, right? Because you have someone in place. The other benefit to that is when you're using someone in house, it's not just a one and done session, but they could continue to build that relationship so that there's more of a focus on implementation as well.
Okay, thanks.
Chris?
Yeah, well, just try to be real quick. What resonated with me about this idea is the idea of the personalized learning, because we all know kids who learn differently and who adapted to the remote environment in different ways. Some adapted really well, some struggled with it. We know that's true of teachers one-to-one. And I think having some sort of coherent, cohesive, strategic, to use the word, approach to being better able to adapt a child's learning style to the available means of bringing that information, that education to them, whether it's by technology or by, a book or something. To have that optionality in-house across the 3 districts is a plus. The other thing I was going to say, but I think you pretty much covered it, was looking for opportunities down the road. Does this present opportunities not just for cost efficiency, but time efficiency? In other words, is there a higher and better use of teachers' time, et cetera, that could be freed up because of this position as it percolates down? And I understand that we're not going to see this sort of instant transformation in a year. I understand that that's not what you are trying to suggest. So we got to think longer term here. But anyway, to that question, do you see that kind of opportunity sort of in addition to some of the things that have already been brought up?
Yeah, so I really do, and I think that the thing about it is that these sort of tech leader people, they sort of have a different way of thinking, right? So they're always thinking about like what's the next thing? How do we think about this more efficiently? So I could see them coming in, helping us think through a lot of some more efficient ways to even structure our professional learning. And so potentially helping us to engage teachers, not just in face-to-face learning, but creating our own online platform. I mean, that could be a potential opportunity. I think that they would naturally come in, have some real quick suggestions for us around website and changes there, and then also or tools that they've worked with that could be more impactful. So I think that there's a lot of benefits that we'll see.
I think, Dr. Harrison, what you're hitting on is sort of the untapped potential of resources that exist in a similar way to bringing Clarence's experience on board in the past few months has brought to bear a number of different perspectives that are helpful.
Yes.
I would add 2 other comments that kind of build on what Chris said. The first is, I think it would be pretty easy to agree that had we had a director of digital learning and technology 12 months ago, we would have had a different experience in the spring of 2020 all through this year. To no disrespect to the hard work of the folks that we did have on board, but I think the reality would have probably been different. And when you listen to all of the folks who addressed us last spring and pointed to other districts that were doing distance learning, quote unquote, better, to a district, they had somebody in this position thinking about these issues before the pandemic struck. Secondly, when we brought Dr. Harrison on to be our leader, one of the things that spoke to me very directly was his emphasis on personalized learning and his vision for Easton Reading Region 9 to bring his approach to personalized learning to bear. And one of the key components to that is integrating technology. And to allow him to succeed, he needs the tools to do that. And if as part of his vision for integrating technology and bringing personalized learning, the Rydell Harrison style to ER9, requires this level of commitment, and this is his recommendation for how to bring his vision to bear, that is a lot of is a lot of weight to the argument as far as I'm concerned. I think I saw Todd's hand up.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to this role. I'm just not sure if this is the right year to do it. With the budget crunches, I'm just going back to Randy's comment. I saw 6%, 5% increases, and we're asking for teachers and other things in the K through 8. And we're going to lock in another $40,000 increase for central office for 7% increase that you're going to have to find in the other boards. And that concerns me. I'm, like I said, I'm okay with this role. And if Region 9, we agree on it, it goes in, and we're our own board of finance. So, but I'm a bit concerned for the other boards that I'd hate for you to give up other things for this role. And if there's no compelling need to put it in this year, let's do it next year when we're in better financial situation, or see what the financial situation is when, taxes and so forth come in.
Chris, can I clarify something?
Sure.
I heard Randy and both Todd say it. So this is not an additional 46 to what was presented to Easton and Reading. That 46 extra thousand is already in your budget. So if you look at the detailed central office, it'll show an increase. So it's not an additional 46, it's already in what you've been presented. So it won't go to 7%. It's already in there. So just want to make sure that's clear. There's not an additional, it's already in there.
Right.
You take it out.
But if we agree to this number tonight, it gets locked, and that's a number you can't touch.
Yes, that's true. But what you said, a big 7%. This doesn't take it to 7%. I'm just saying.
Well, this is 7% for central office, right? That's how the town's going to look at it. Or both towns. They're going to say it's a 7% increase to central office and a 6% increase.
Okay, understood. I thought you were saying the overall budget was 7%. My apologies, Todd.
I thought that was the case, Clarence, but then one of my other esteemed board members tried to correct me earlier this evening, but I stand corrected.
I originally, Randy, when you originally said it, that's what I thought you were saying. And I was like, I got to make sure Randy understands what it's not on top of.
Mike D'Agostino and then Devin. Unless that was an accident, Devin.
Okay, so.
And I have a question really
Okay,
quick
so-
after Mike.
Okay, so I think a lot of my thoughts align with what Todd just said, which is 7.23% increase. Obviously, we've spoken about this type of position, but again, we seem to fall into the same pattern with the previous superintendent. It was the same thing. It was like the week before the central office budget comes out, we start to talk about it. And unfortunately, and I know Dr. Harrison is new in the position, and Mr. Zachary as well, but we get it the night of, we get the central office budget at 3:30 before the meeting. It's really difficult for us to be able to absorb and make these kind of thoughtful decisions. And I think that consensus building is a process, and it's not something that should be done quickly. I think the community should be included as part of that process. So the 7.23 does give me pause. The other consideration I think that's important to note is that we are still in the pandemic year, or the pandemic conditions, and there are certain economic considerations for many families, and that's something that we need to consider. But also something that we also have to really bear in mind is that there's a very big possibility that we're going to go into another one of these years where the taxpayers aren't going to be able to vote. We could actually be in another one of these years where they say the Board of Selectmen vote or the Board of Finance.
Is there any reason to really believe that, or is this just pure speculation? Everybody voted in November.
We already have the drop boxes, right?
We're still in a surge. We extended everything to April for all the other things.
Let's focus on the substance of the budget.
Vaccines, who knows?
We're voting.
Well, hopefully.
We are gonna have an in-person vote.
Hopefully.
Mark my words.
Hopefully.
Can we vote now?
Hopefully. But regardless, is this the year that you want to present a 7.23% increase to central office, because it's a very, it's a lightning rod, I think, when taxpayers see that. And again, I think that there's some merit to the position. Obviously, we've discussed it in the past. I wish we had kind of had a little more time to do, again, more consensus building. And I also feel that I'm not sure that the three boards have come to a consensus on board governance related to these types of positions anyway. So I'm not sure that that we're there yet. So and to Mr. Hocker's comment, do no harm. I'm worried about cutting out a foreign language or getting rid of a club or getting rid of other things in order to keep this position. And so I'm really on the fence.
Mr. Parkin, can I add something, please?
Certainly.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but if my memory serves me correctly, this doesn't apply to Region 9, but both Reading and Easton were given prior notification about the position and the dollar amount involved. So it's not new news to at least those two boards. They've had it for a week of two, because Dr. Robinson's previous presentation was very upfront about it's 160, here's position. He gave some detail about it, but he said we would talk about it later. So I know Region 9 hasn't had that opportunity yet, but if my memory serves me correctly, Easton and Reading have had that opportunity.
Point taken. I unfortunately I sit on the other board, so. Sorry.
And you never come to our meetings, Mike.
Chris,
Devin?
Chris, can we call the question?
I have Devin and then Heather, and then you're welcome to make a motion, Jeff. There is no question right now.
Right.
Devin?
I was like, maybe, so just one quick question for Dr. Harrison. Chris, you made me think of it. Like, in terms of priority of this role, because to me, it just seems like a very important position. Like, where do you see this in the overall asset you've made? Like, how important is this to you being able to kind of see your vision through? I think when Chris said that about your hiring process and how important it was to personalized learning, just made me want to kind of hear about the priority as we think about this cost.
Well, I mean, so developing a vision and a strategic plan focused on personalized learning or student-centered learning, you have to have the leadership capacity to move the initiative forward. I mean, and the honest truth is we just don't. From the central office standpoint, we would have two of us focusing on the teaching and learning component of it. I don't think that our building level administrators would not be on board. I think that they would absolutely be on board, but it's a shift in thinking. So I mean, it's a significant priority.
Thank you.
Heather?
I just want to remind everyone that we have been hearing about the need for this position for years. So it's not actually a new discussion. And also we heard from the community for all of this past year that we have a need for this, a position like this to be filled. And all of the neighboring districts already have a position like this. And I feel like we're falling behind. And the trend of people moving out of the cities is not expected to come to an abrupt end. And I think that as much as I don't like the optics of increasing the central office budget by that much, I know what that's going to sound like to people. And I do wish that we had had an opportunity to have like a formal discussion with the community where we could have on record formal support or lack of support for this. I do feel that in some way we have heard that from parents who were extremely frustrated over the course of this whole past year. So it's going to be a difficult sell, but I definitely think it's an investment not only in our schools and in our kids that is clearly in line with like the vision, mission, and purpose of what our schools are for, which I appreciate. But it's also an investment in our town. To bring us into, you know, the modern day. What's up?
Thanks, Heather. Jeff?
I'm right. Well, first off, Mike is right that this has to be three separate board decisions. And so the motion that I would make for Easton is move that we accept the central office budget as presented.
Do I have a second in Easton? Thank you,
Second.
Jenny. Oh, I think Jenny had her hand up first. Thanks, though, Devin. Good.
Looking to Reading for a similar motion or the same motion to put on the table?
Can I ask a question? So does the vote for the position have to be separate from the vote for the budget?
Well, I think there's a question as to whether or not there needs to be a vote for the position at all. And right now there's a motion on the table to accept the budget. I know that as recently as last year, we accepted a budget without independently voting on a position. Is there a motion in Reading? I thought I saw Chris's hand up.
I'll make the motion.
John, and that's the motion to accept the budget as presented?
Correct.
And is that a second from Mr. Hucker? Yes, thank you. Todd, Region 9?
Yeah, I'll go for Region 9. Anybody care to make the motion?
I move to make the motion for Region 9 to accept the budget as presented, but I would want to modify that motion to be able to have the board's vote on the position and the budget separately. I don't know how I would do that, so I would kind of amend the question.
Yeah.
I have to send the motion back to Reading and Easton, so.
That's where it goes to reconciliation in a breakout room.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is there a second in Region 9?
Yeah, I guess we second. So what your motion is, you want to, yeah, can you repeat the motion? So if it's not going back to them, we have to have our motion, so.
All right, so move to accept the budget as presented.
Is there a second for that in Region 9?
I'll second that.
All right, Maureen, thank you.
Chris, as a parliamentary thing, could we have a second set of motions and discuss both motions, or we need to bottom?
We'd have to table
Okay.
all of the initial motions and reverse the order in which they are considered. Alternately, we could theoretically call the question on what has been presented, and that would be binding in and of itself. It creates a parliamentary question as to whether or not there is any obligation for the boards to vote on these things separately. And to the extent that there's an argument that there is precedent, last year we approved a budget that included the creation of a data analyst without voting on creating a data analyst. So I don't necessarily rely upon precedent as being binding. If it's the will of the boards to table the three motions that are pending and move on with a single vote motion with respect to this position, we could certainly do so, but I don't think that it's procedurally necessary.
I agree with you, but if it'll move things forward
Right.
to get that issue out of the way, let's do it.
Yeah.
Right. So I would look for a motion in we could start with Easton because that was the order in which it was, to lay on the table Jeff's motion.
Yeah. Jeff, are you open to making that motion?
Sure, if it gets us to the finish line. Yeah.
Good. So I think, I need a second for Jeff's motion to table? Thank you, Jenny.
And I would just take the vote, John.
Okay. Oh,
Take
right.
it on
All in
consent.
favor. Thank you. All in favor to table the motion?
Aye.
Okay.
Looking for a vote, motion and Reading to table Mr. Riley's motion.
Yeah, sure.
Heather with a second from Chris. Any objections? Seeing none, it's on the table. Region 9.
Same for tabling Cheryl's motion, Region 9. One, Karen, and a second. And a second from someone in Region 9. All right, Mary Lee, I saw. All right, and all in favor? Hands, aye. Opposed? All right, it's tabled as well in Region 9.
All right, there now being no motions on the table, we'd look for a new motion from any of the boards to originate. Chris?
Let me give it a shot. Move to approve the creation of a new central office position, director of whatever it is. Director of Digital Learning at a cost, not at an all-in cost not to exceed $160,000.
Is there a second to Chris's motion?
For the year 2022. 21, 22.
A second.
All right, Chris's motion seconded by Heather. Thank you. Look to Easton.
Same entertain a motion in Easton for the same.
So
Anyone?
moved.
Thank you, Devin. And do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, and for the same motion for Region 9?
I'll move that for Region 9.
All right. And second, Maureen, thank you.
All right, any further discussion on the motions to create the position of Director of whatever, Digital Learning and Technology? Jenny?
Yeah, I would just like to hear from more of our Eastern board where kind of everybody is on this. I think we get stuck between this rock and a hard place that people have brought up every year, where locking in an amount like this can bring frustration later on, and it often does bring scrutiny from the public and frustration when we come down the road a month or two from now, talking about not adding a teacher or cutting a teacher or a program, and they look back and see a decision that we made at this point in the game. I've always been just frustrated by the sequence of things, that this has to happen first, and there's really no recourse to go back and make any adjustments. So while I am in full support of the position, I am definitely concerned about that, and about the potential impact on our budget. Just to add a little bit of a different perspective about the position itself, what I see is we're always talking about student outcomes. That is our focus, is from our youngest learners through 12th grade. We're talking about student performance, student learning, student growth. And the two people who are, primarily tasked with overseeing all of that are Dr. Harrison and Dr. Pearson-Ugal. And Dr. Pearson-Ugal is filling we have many people filling multiple roles, wearing so many hats. And I can only imagine that student outcomes will only be positively impacted if Stephanie can focus on her areas of expertise, and Dr. Harrison can focus on his areas of expertise, and Clarence can focus on his areas of expertise, and so on down the line. If we have this one person who can extract all of the sort of disjointed efforts in this area into one person who has sort of, like you said, that responsible focus, that we're going to reap rewards down the line, just across the board. I can also see tremendous benefits in the area of special education. I mean, I would want to hear more from Dr. Pearson-Ugal about, and Dr. Harrison about the potential coordination with our special education teams and directors, and, adaptive learning and technology. Like you said, somebody who's just going to really have a broad sweeping look at all of the hardware, all of the equipment, as well as the educational piece of it. Having worked in a district where there was very strong leadership in this, where there was someone in this role who also had other people working underneath them, and being a faculty member that benefited greatly from that, and the coordination with the media specialists, and the things that I was able to do with instruction in my classroom, with all of those levels of support around me, it's incredible. I can really speak from personal experience that if that infrastructure wasn't there, I would really be sort of out on a limb on my own, trying to navigate waters that I didn't have expertise in. And I was able to bring my promote growth in my students in areas of technology that I didn't necessarily have specific experience with. And I just think right now, as a parent, I don't see a coordinated, thoughtful implementation of skills in technology from the K through 5 level. And I think our teachers and our kids are deserving of us moving everything forward in that direction. That being said, I still would like to hear more, where I know it's after midnight, but if we have to make this decision tonight, I want to hear more what people think.
Anyone else from the Eastern Board care to sort of talk about where they're at? Yeah, Jeff.
Jenny, you really hit it on the head. This is very, very difficult, because if we say yes to this, and then there's a question of, well, can we fund extracurricular activities? And the answer is no. There's going to be blowback, absolute, and probably going to be angry blowback. But I'm looking at this thing and going, where are we today, and where do we want to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now? We do everything to the very best of our ability, generally with shoelaces and
duct tape,
duct tape, and a little bit of barbed wire just for fun. And I think we could be so much more. And I think having someone who can oversee the millions of dollars we've already spent in hardware and software that are sitting in the 5 buildings. And the only direction that I ever see about it is, well, we need to have a program to replace the stuff that is now obsolete. And I sit and wonder, God, did we ever use this to the ability that it could have been used and made things better for everyone involved? So I'm trying to look beyond the immediate problem, worry that we're going to start off with a budget that's $1 million more than what last year was, and I know that's going to be cut. But I think I have to look farther down the road and make sure we're doing the right things for kids, not just today, but for years to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
We want to
Gretchen,
look for other
Randy?
Easton comments quickly, and
Yeah.
then Maureen and Chris.
Yeah,
Full
Gretchen.
support. I mean, everything everybody has said. This position has been a long time coming. It's needed for so many reasons. It will be impactful beyond what I think has even been discussed today in this meeting. And I think that it needs to be done. And unfortunately, I think that also means, yeah, we need more money, and extracurriculars shouldn't be cut either. All of that is just needed. And it's time that our Board of Finance hears it.
Devin or Randy, anything else to add?
All support, nothing else to add.
All right, thank you, Devin.
Nothing new, John. Just reiterating what's been said.
Yep. I'll briefly say, I think Jenny said it really well. I think Jeff added a lot of meaningful content. I think Randy's questions earlier were spot on, and I'm also in support of this.
Go to Maureen.
I just wanted to clarify that by adding this position, we are assuming, as we're going forward, that this data analyst position that's previously been funded is not going to be filled and not going to remain as an open position that gets filled with the budget numbers going forward. I think that's important for the community to know and to understand, and it's important for me to clarify.
We are not posting the position this year, and it comes out of the budget. If our budget gets approved, it won't be a line item in next year's budget.
Chris, and then Todd.
Yeah, well, first thing that occurs to me is that, I've heard people talk about how desperately we need to do some long-range planning, but if we don't have the means and the tools to do the long-range planning, then how can you do it? The second thing I'll point out, this is sort of a technical correction, is that I've heard it referred to tonight that, once we put it in the central office budget, we're locked in. That's actually not quite right. Because if we go through the budget process and we run into problems, the central office budget can be reopened. It can. I've seen it happen.
Yes.
It's been a while, Jeff, you probably remember that, but
yep.
It's been a while. It's ugly. You don't want to do it, but it is doable. So nothing is in absolute stone. For our purposes as individual boards coming up to a budget, yeah, if this passes, then you assume it. But if things go off the rails, everything's reopenable.
Thank you. Chris, Todd?
I just, from a procedural, so again, there's no mechanism. So if one of the boards does not pass this roll, then the other boards, similar to what we had happen last year, would either have to go it alone with the costs or turn down the roll. right? So since this is not a
I
budget,
think
where we
that,
can
I mean, it
override each other.
depends. I mean, it depends on how the mechanism is conceived.
I don't think we have a mechanism for anything outside of budget,
Budget only.
not for hiring.
Okay.
Mary Lee?
Maybe it's the late hour, but I'm feeling like there's not enough concrete information right now for me to really make a very good decision. And, you know, as we've spoken about, you know, we don't want to get into the position where we're freaking out later because we can't, you know, we have to cut this teacher or that teacher, or, you know, I'm just having a hard time with that right now. And maybe, again, maybe it's the late hour, but I would love to see some more information about this to help me make that decision.
Can I talk? It's Colleen. I fully expect we're going to be freaking out. I believe in this position. I've believed in this position for every year I've heard about it. I couldn't tell you how many years that's been, maybe 3. I heard extensively from the community as we tried to shift to distance learning in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, how desperately we needed expertise and guidance specifically around the use of technology and how to reach children at home. I think the group is right when they're pointing out that increases to central office are not popular. I've had interactions with a local staff that lives locally, reluctant to endorse a budget because of increases in central office. So I do think the business case for this position has to be very supportive of the entire school community. We are adding this position to help everyone with their struggles that they have faced, especially during distance learning, and especially as the desire to move towards personalized learning becomes more and more the way you teach. I see evidence of it. I want to push to that next level. And I think this position will help us do so. That said, I fully expect the panic of, oh my gosh, what do we do? I think our board tried to open the central office budget last year. We at least discussed it because we were so worried about adding the data analyst position. So this is where I stand for today. I support the position. I'm going to move forward with my support if they're, if we're voting on the motion to add the position. But I also anticipate this will not be smooth sailing. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for the not smooth sailing.
I saw Karen's hand up, and then Todd, and then Mike, and then Gwen.
I mean, I just think that we all know what it's going to be like, and everyone will be thinking, oh my God, they've added another $160,000 administrative position. And it's just in this year when people have lost jobs and lost, so many things. And I absolutely agree with everybody. We've needed this for a long time. I just think that perhaps, is there any way we can decrease the starting position of it? Because if you're starting somebody that high, they're going to look at it, well, and next year it's a 2% or a 4%, you know what I mean? And it's going to continue on. I think we're going to have a lot of pushback on that position at that level.
Todd, Mike, Gwen. Todd?
Yeah, again, I mean, we haven't seen a job description for this role, and is this a contracted role? Or is this a direct hire? I mean, we're gonna have to go through a search process for this. So, I mean, I still have some, questions about the role and how it's gonna be put into place and so forth. And I share the same concern. And we're starting this person at 160. They're going to get a 2% to 4% increase next year. It's going to continue.
Well, they're not starting at 160. They're starting at 160 all in. So you take
benefits
25
and all.
off of it.
Yeah, with benefits and everything. So, so I'm just concerned. Again, I don't think it's a bad idea, but I just have some concerns about the role and the timing of it right now.
Mike Hoffman.
Been doing a lot of listening tonight. I think, Colleen is right. We have been talking about this for a long time. There is a good case to be made for it, but I think we need to be careful. I hear, there's 20 board members here or so, and this position sounds like a panacea, right? It's the solution to every situation that we face at central office. Everybody has a different thing that they want this person to solve. Some people, it sounds like more of a, straight up IT role, and others it's, a leadership role about, learning in the classroom. I just want us all to be careful that, it's not going, one position that we add is not going to be the solution to everything that, all the difficulties that we face, one. And two, we've got a lot of ads on the Reading budget that we have yet to face. So we're saying, if we say yes to this, we're saying yes to a big one first, and then we have more to do. It's going to make our job tougher, I think, on the rest of the budget.
Of course, in context, this is a $46,000 lift, so it's less than one FTE to each budget. Gwen?
Thanks. I want to agree with the cautionary the concerns that other board members have brought up, and just also add that that we absolutely have a need for this position. But in my experience, when something controversial or not controversial, perhaps expensive, is made to work, you need to build the public support over a considerable period of time. And I think that if we spent this year really fleshing out the role, as Mary Lee said, and defining it better for the public, then that might be a way that we could get the support, because I share everyone's concerns about the impact this could certainly have on the Easton and Reading budgets. Thanks.
Cheryl?
I have a suggestion, and I don't know if it's gonna, the procedure police on each of our boards can correct me. Why don't we make this two options? Why don't we make this conditional? And that's one of the reasons why I split the motion. Each board can propose to approve the central office as presented without the new position, and then approve the new position conditional on each board approving its separate budget. Meaning that will give us latitude back to convene as three separate boards to call the question again on this separate position, so that we then have the flexibility not to give up, Latin in the high school, or extracurricular at Helen Keller, or something at RES. So I'm just throwing that out there. Again, the procedure police can correct me on that, but
let me restate it back. Let me restate it back to you to make sure I understand. You're saying we would all move forward on $2.052 million, the full ask right now, on the condition that all three boards independently also approve the addition of this position. And so the number would be sort of temporarily baked into all three budgets, conditioned upon unanimity at the board level on the position. And if any of those votes failed, we'd reconvene to talk about what the number needs to be.
That's actually a better solution. I was going to break apart the motion, but that's actually good, because it bakes in the central budget with the new position. But that's what I'm proposing. I mean, again, I haven't eloquently articulated it, but.
And so the special meeting we would have to sort of talk about the position would be a dedicated special meeting for that position. And if we fail to approve that, then the rest of that meeting would be talking about what's the budget look like without this.
I think Cheryl went a step further, which was to allow each of the three boards sitting alone to deliberate on the question and approve the position or not. And then only if any of the three boards said no, would we have to all come back as 21 to talk about it.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
Chris?
Clarence, yes.
Just for for your edification, on the Cheryl's proposal, if I take the 160 out and place the 80 back in, so you'll know it, it is a 3.05% increase, and the total to each district share is $19,451.
Yep.
So that way, if you want a number,
Yeah.
Right. I think Cheryl was
Right.
proposing taking the whole lot
Right.
inclusive of the new position, even if the new position itself has not
Right.
been
Okay.
approved.
Right.
So
I
Cheryl,
think that's really interesting, and I would, like to see my board consider that, but I think Mike has a question.
and as a procedural matter right now, the motion pending across all three boards is the position itself. So we'd have to
Right.
walk all of that back before
Right.
addressing
Table that and go back
Cheryl's
to
new
the one.
hypothetical that we're all talking about.
Yeah.
Mr. D'Agostino. You're on mute.
Yeah, and so, I appreciate everyone is trying to be very thoughtful, and we're trying to find, a solution here. The difficulties I see is that the K-8 budgets are decided usually or pretty close to being decided before Region 9. And so my concern is that the two K-8 boards will do all this work to finalize and get to a number. And then if Region 9 says, oh yeah, no, we don't want that position, then we're coming back and you're going to have to redo those budgets, or you're just going to accept that they'll be what they are without that position. That's the only drawback I see to that. If everybody is good with that, I just see that as being somewhat challenging, because I think it would be tough to say, okay, we're going to take the 53,000 out now, and then we're going to put back in, half a music teacher and 2 clubs. I don't know whether that's going to fly. I think it's so. Just be aware that if it's all or nothing at that point, maybe I don't know.
We can cut to the chase also by posing the question to members of Region 9 whether there's anything that would make you support the job in the next 2 months. And if the answer is no, it's an academic pursuit.
It would be nice to see a more specific job description. I think that would be helpful.
Can I ask how the money not, if there's any implication of the money not spent on the data analyst? Like, is there any impact of that on, if I completely missed it, I thoroughly apologize. But I guess I'm just wondering why I realize there's a proposal to use a portion of that, transferred for the.
Can't do that.
You can't transfer the comp over to the next year.
Certainly the remainder of it. I mean,
you can't
does
carry
that
money
not
over to the next
stand
year unless, as we propose in some
not
districts, we
carry
set
it
up the
over,
non-
but
We had to give it back to the town last year.
so there's no potential impact for, mitigating this whatsoever.
No.
Jenny, as of right now, no, but if some by chance we get the non-lapsing account that we propose created and implemented prior to the end of this year, you potentially could, but that's a lot of hypotheticals you'd have to get done in between now and June.
Oh, Clarence, I love your optimism, and I hope you can hang on to it for a really long time.
It's theoretically possible. Whether it's probable is a different question.
Mm-hmm.
I think Chris Parkin asked a fair question. Is there anything that Region 9 is going to support as it relates to this?
Well, I think the question was, what other things would we want? And I think, part of the answer was we'd like a job description, and then governance, is how are we hiring this person?
Right.
Is it a direct hire by the superintendent, or do the boards have to get involved in the search process and contract them? And I'd like to have those questions answered.
And Todd, that's all reasonable stuff.
Yep.
But if 7.23% is too big a mountain to climb, then all of that is people running around trying to do something that isn't going to change the narrative at the end of the day.
Right, but in fairness, the question's been asked, it has been answered. We're gonna, unless there are 5 members of Region 9 who are ready to say right now, hell no, which is really what you're asking, then we're just going to have to take that as that's the answer. It's still an open question.
Right. Job description, hiring process. And then I think it's reasonable to say somebody comes up with something else tomorrow that says, it'd also be good to know this. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm less concerned. I have a slightly different view as what additional information might be helpful from a Region 9 perspective. I'm less concerned about the job description because we did get one at a high level, all 3 boards via email, as well as I feel comfortable enough from what was articulated during this conversation, including all the questions from all of you, to help me understand that. And from a process perspective, again, as long as we're transparent in our process, I'm less concerned about that. What I would be interested in is the actual measurable impact that this position may have on all of our students and all of the schools. And that gets to, I think Chris Hocker made an earlier comment about strategic planning, having the proper resources. So that's where I would be more interested, is to have that understanding on a practical basis, i.e. how is it going to positively impact each building? We know it is, but how is it and over what time period? And when will we see the results for across our student body? That's what I'm more interested in. And it's not something I necessarily need to have to make a decision, but it's something I would like to monitor over time.
And Cheryl, I think that also touches on what Mike Hoffman was talking about. Is I think we've heard a lot of different ways that this could benefit, and sort of, you could also, this could help here, this could help here, this could help here. I agree with every one of those points. I don't think any of them is a stretch, but for hit the ground and deliver on all that is a lot. So to say, how would you prioritize that, that body of work that they could help with, what would you have them focus on first?
And is there a possibility of starting at a lower starting salary?
Yeah, the sort of creativity that could be applied to sort of thinking about that. And I think if the answer is no, to get the right person, you really got to have them here, then fine. But the consideration, do some homework to consider that.
I think you all.
So I have a couple of questions. So to the question of the job description, so I'm happy to do a job description. We have to understand though that all of these extra pieces, it does take some time, and it's a lot of time investment, and you sort of want to have the sense of, is it rolling forward, and do we spend the time? Because even laying out, here are the measurables for this new position over the next year, it's a lot of time, and so if we do all of that, and it's it's just sort of a process, and it's not going to roll forward anyway. I mean, I think that I'd rather use the time differently. The other piece is, I know that this has been proposed in the past, so I assume that the boards have been privy to a job description for this position already. I looked back at the process for last year with the data analyst position. I didn't recall there being a job description as part of that discussion. So I sort of use that as the framework for moving forward. As far as the question of what's the hiring process, I mean, I think that who would answer that question? I don't think that, that's sort of part of the discussion that we've been having with the negotiating committee. Yep. And specifically in that committee, we said that given that we'd likely be hiring a director of technology, if that position rolled forward, here's a process that we would use. So I'm happy to gather any more information. Obviously, it's clear that this is a position that I'd be really passionate about. But I just want to make sure that all of us who are working to gather that information in the middle of the budget season, or that we're using the time really well.
Yeah, and I agree, Reed, the process, and I think we could bottom out on the process here, because I would consider that we're either doing the long form or the short form of the process that we defined with the negotiating committee.
Most people don't know that process yet, right? That's still in committee. It hasn't come to the boards.
That is true.
I think we're going down a rabbit hole that's almost entirely irrelevant to the question of whether or not the position is appropriate for the educational needs of the 3 districts. we can work out the details of exactly what the job description says and exactly what the hiring process is at an appropriate time and an appropriate scale that's not 12:29 a.m. There was a high-level job description provided. To the extent that additional detail is requested, it sounds like Dr. Harrison is comfortable providing that with the recognition that it's taking away from other obligations. The question that's currently on the floor is the approval of this position. That motion hasn't been withdrawn by anybody, to my understanding. To the extent we want to move forward with this conditional question, we can withdraw motions and do that, or we can vote on this and then propose the conditional approval subject to other things also. But either way, we need to move towards some sort of conclusion. I hesitate to say that the conclusion is that we reach no conclusion tonight and come back in a week or 2 weeks, but then we'd just be doing this for 5 hours again.
I'd like to call the question, please.
I just wanted to say I'm not so sure of that, because I think there would be a little bit of intermediate time to try and build some community consensus around this if we did push it off. I'm not adverse to calling the question and having it done now, but I do think that there could be a benefit, Chris, in building some community consensus, even in a 2-week period.
In not calling it at all, you mean?
So Jeff, I think you're proposing that we call the question in Easton?
Yes, please.
Okay.
And now we're talking about the
Approval of the position.
Right, there's a motion on the table to approve the position. If it's a contested question as to whether or not to call the question, it's a motion to call the question that requires 2/3 of each board to agree to call the question.
was it okay.
Or somebody can make a motion to lay this whole on the table and move on to the next topic, and with the understanding that we all have to come back together to talk about this.
So we're not doing the reconvene to reevaluate that Cheryl recommended.
Unless the motions that are currently on the table are withdrawn, that's the only motion that we can consider right now is the motion to approve the position. And if somebody wants to move to table that motion again and substitute a different one, we can certainly entertain that. And I'm trying to talk quickly to move this along. So I'll look for anybody who wants to make a motion either to call the question or to lay the issue on the table.
Call the question for Reading.
Can I just understand, if Region 9 doesn't support this tonight, it's dead in the water?
If we vote on it tonight, yes.
Which is why we should table it.
Well, I mean, we can also say define dead in the water, as we approved a position for a K-12 special ed director last year and then walked it back a month later. Karen?
I don't think anyone in Region 9 is saying, no, that we don't need this. I just think that we are looking for just a little bit of time to consider it, perhaps, and a little bit of time to get some more information.
There's also nothing to be said that we can't call the question in Reading and Easton and not call the question in Region 9, as we're 3 boards meeting jointly. And so 2 boards could approve the position and leave the remainder of the deliberation to Region 9, either amongst themselves or jointly.
Mike Hoffman made a motion to, and I'm going to second it.
Mike has made a motion to call the question in Reading, and the second from John. I'll wait to call the vote on the motion to call the question until there's another motion, if there is one from Easton.
And is somebody open
Region
to
9,
seconding?
we're the last one, so I think it was seconded already, right? And
I
don't think anyone seconded Jeff's motion.
and he said
I'll
no.
second it.
Okay.
Devin seconds it.
Thank you, Devin.
All right, and then Region 9.
Is there a motion to call the question in Region 9?
I'm the one who I think moved that original motion. Can I amend my can I withdraw my motion and actually move to table it for Region 9?
Well, you wouldn't be withdrawing, you'd be moving to table it, and you can do that.
Okay, so I'll move to table it for Region 9.
Okay. And is there a second in Region 9 to table the issue in Region 9? Karen?
Karen.
All right. So then in Reading, which was the first motion, we will vote on the motion to call the question, which requires 2/3 vote, and there's 7 of us, so it requires 5. So all in favor of calling the question, Heather?
Yes.
Colleen?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Steph?
Yes.
Chris Hawker?
Well, I was going to vote no anyway, so I'm going to vote no.
I vote no also, but the motion carries 5-2. So the question is called in Reading. Calling the question with respect to whether or not to approve the position of a director of digital technology, or as Chris put it, a director of whatever. Heather,
Yes.
Colleen,
Yes.
No.
Mike, John,
Yes.
Steph,
Yes.
Chris Hocker,
You were
Chris, we
frozen.
didn't hear you.
Chris Hocker.
Frozen. He's frozen.
And my technology cut out.
You're voting on the question of whether or not to create the position.
All right, yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 6-1 in Reading. John for Easton.
So we are voting right now as to whether or not we're going to call the question. Jeff,
Yes.
Devin,
Yes.
Gretchen,
Yes.
Randy. Sorry, Randy, I didn't hear you. You said yes? Thank you.
Yes.
Jenny?
Abstain.
Okay. I vote yes. Now we'll actually go for the vote, and that is for the motion to approve the position. Jeff?
Yes.
Thank you. Devin?
Yes.
Gretchen?
Yes.
Randy?
Yes.
Jenny?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Approved 6-0.
Now we look to Region 9 to vote on their motion to table the question.
To table the question, yes. So we'll go through. All right, let me just go down the roll. Cheryl,
Yes.
What are we're voting to table?
Yeah.
That's the
that's
motion
the
on the floor.
motion on the
Mike.
floor
It's a
right
motion
now.
on the floor for us.
We can just table. We don't need to vote to table.
There's a motion. It requires a majority vote to table an issue. On a
Let's just
pending
vote.
motion.
It'll be over quicker. Just vote.
Yeah, you'd be done if you voted.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All right, so it's the motion to table. So Cheryl, was a yes?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, Mike,
I abstain. I don't know what that means.
abstain. All right, Gwen,
Yes.
yes. Maureen,
Yes.
Mary Lee,
Yes.
Juliet,
Yes.
Karen,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. So 7 yeses and 1 abstain.
All right,
So
so
it's tabled.
so the motion is tabled in Region 9. At this point, we would entertain any motions with respect to the budget itself. Cheryl,
I move to approve the budget without the director of whatever Chris Hocker said.
The director of whatever.
Director of whatever, technology and learning. Sorry, Rydell.
so then if that,
Everyone
if-
is going to forgive us because of the late hour.
to clarify, Cheryl, that is the 3% increase, which would not include the position. And so when and if Region 9 takes this off the table, we have to reconvene to talk about the budget.
Yes.
So it's a 3.
Is there a second for that in Region 9?
Yes.
All right. That was
I'll
Maureen,
make that
second.
motion in Reading.
All right. Is there a second in Reading to the
Second.
approval of the central office budget at 3%?
I'll
Heather,
second.
thank you. Easton,
I have a motion in Easton to approve at 3%.
I'm
Just
going to
stop.
assume you guys really mean 3.05, otherwise I gotta
Yes.
make it.
yes, thank you.
Sorry, 3.05.
3.05.
Third,
Yeah.
motion
And-
to approve at 3.05.
Thank you, Randy.
Second.
Thank you, Devin.
Any discussion on this motion? If there's
So-
no discussion,
So
go ahead.
hold on. So I think we probably have a fair number of people who are confused about the sort of implications, right? So if we're saying we're approving without, and we've just approved in Easton Reading the creation of this position, then the resolution of this, if we all vote to approve at 3.05, is that the Region 9 board comes together later, approves this position, and then we all need to get together again to approve
An increase in the budget.
That increased budget.
Otherwise, it's a pocket veto of the
Right.
position, basically.
Right. It doesn't seem like the best process. It seems like that.
would it be better if we table this until Region 9 has their discussion?
Yes, please.
We're gonna get together anyway. It's almost 1
Well,
o'clock in the morning.
the question is whether or not the motion on the table is the 3%. The alternative is the Graziano proposal of approve the full amount conditioned upon everybody approving the position, which at this point would be conditioned upon Region 9 approving the position.
Right. And then I think Maureen had hinted, it wouldn't be so bad for us to get back together in a week or 2 weeks or whatever the appropriate time is.
We're going to be doing it anyway, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Can I just ask that we be, I'm aware that everybody knows what time it is, but, central office has responsibilities that are going to bring them out in the middle of the night because they're going to have to deal with weather decisions in the morning. And
Parents are staying there.
Yeah. It's got a sleeping bag.
He's going to pitch a tent,
Yeah.
we could be mindful of that and
Yeah.
try to move this
Agreed,
forward.
Jenny.
Maybe we should table it based upon that.
If we're gonna come back and do this again, then why don't we?
We might as well come back and do
Okay, so
this
what's the
again.
motion
I
that needs
agree.
to happen? Someone needs to make a motion to table this?
I'll
Yes.
move to table my motion.
And I've moved.
Thank
to
you,
revise
Randy.
My motion to table it instead.
Well, why don't we, as the meeting will be ultimately adjourned, why don't we have Cheryl, Randy, and Mike just withdraw their motions so that
Yep.
there's no complication and no
withdraw.
additional motions.
I withdraw.
All are deemed withdrawn. I think at this point, the next course of action is for the chairs to collaborate and communicate with the boards to find some date in the next few weeks where there's not another meeting, which feels like it's every night between now and March, but we'll collectively do our best. Unless there are any other motions or comments at this point. Colleen?
Are you asking me something? I'm writing curious.
Oh, it looked like you were talking. Sorry.
No.
All right. Hearing no other comments on the topic, we'll move on to item 5 on the agenda, joint board committee reports. I understand John had something on negotiation for 10 seconds.
We got together and we came up with the process. It is a 19-step process for what we'd call the full process and a shorter process that we're calling the short process. I actually have.
And he's talking about hiring central office administrators, by the way.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, is that funny? I think so. I'm going to very briefly show my screen so you can all get a sense of what this looks like. This is a Gantt version of what that timeline looks like. And so essentially what we've done is identified, a number of steps. I'm sorry, you need it smaller?
Smaller?
I can do that. Okay. Right. So steps from the announcement of the vacancy to the press release that we articulated, and then we laid out in order. And the intent is that we're coming to a place where we have this when in case of emergency break glass. So when we have an opening, whether it's a new position or it's a vacancy, we have this process that we would start the sort of conversation with this. I've spoken with counsel and been advised that we don't necessarily have to enshrine this as policy, and that it would simply be well served for us to say this is the guidance of the boards that would come out of the negotiation committee. So our intent here is not to go through this at all in detail, but to say we've drafted a process and we'll bring it back to discuss with the boards in the not too distant future. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Are there any other joint committee reports for this evening? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 6, public comment. If you're still here.
Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Heather.
That the task force, the DEI task force has met with the community members. We had a great discussion about steps forward, including the first step being an assessment of our strengths and weaknesses, and more stuff to come.
Thank you, Heather. Moving on to public comment. If there's anybody still with us and awake that wishes to comment, God bless you, raise your hand.
I have one, Chris. I can't find the raise my hand. So it's Julia Pemberton. I want to thank you all for for a very informative discussion tonight. I hope that the 3 boards do approve this position. I think it's a critical position. I know that you've discussed it before. We have a new superintendent. We need to give the superintendent and the rest of our administrative staff the tools to succeed. This is a very important role. And so again, I know it's easy for me to say because you have a separate budget. At the end of the day, it all comes together. But I hope ultimately this position does get approved for the Director of Digital Technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Any other public comments?
Jeff Fliegelman.
Thank
I
you.
see him here. There he is.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mike. I just wanted to say thank you all for your dedication to our students, to our staff, to our towns. Incredible work. Well done. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other comment? I don't see anything. Todd or John, do you see anybody?
I do not.
Okay. We'll move on to item 7 on the agenda. Board member comment.
Let's start with Easton. Any member of the Easton board? No. Okay.
Reading. Todd?
Region 9, if you do, please make it brief. Seeing none.
Todd, you said you were saving your comment to the end.
That was it.
Make it brief.
All right. Looking for motions to adjourn. Don't all jump at once.
Motion from Reading.
I see Heather in Reading with a second from Mike.
I saw
Easton,
Jenny, then Randy.
Jenny, then Randy in Easton, Region 9.
Region 9, 2 hands up. Karen and Mary Lee.
Karen and Mary Lee. Any objection in Reading? Hearing none. Reading is adjourned at 12:46 a.m. the day after we started.
Any objection in Easton? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 12:46.
And Region 9, any objection? And we're adjourned at 12:46 as well.
Good night, all.
Let's go to
Thank
breakfast.
you, everyone.
Yep.
Good night.
Morning, everybody.